Chapter 432, The Great Destruction of the True Spirit Pearl. Longda and the war god shifted their attacks to Li Lingtian's side. Endless light and shadow destroyed countless internals, while Longda came to Li Lingtian's side. With her strong dragon physique, she helped Li Lingtian withstand the countless destructive attacks. "Let's go," Li Lingtian shouted before he quickly flew toward the war god. The war god was a place that could truly defend against the demons' attacks. At the very least, the low-level demons couldn't attack it. Even if there was a war, it would only be against the super demons. It wouldn't allow the low-level demons to attack it. Although low-level demons did not pose much of a threat, if tens of thousands of attacks landed on one's body, even a god would not be able to withstand it. After returning to the war god, Li Lingtian took a deep breath and circulated his true essence through his meridians to stabilize his injuries. He was now facing all the powerful demons. "Li Lingtian, I can spare your life if you hand over the god-forbidding formation blueprint." Commander Yan Nan was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's strength. He had completely disregarded martial honors. In his eyes, anyone below the martial supreme realm was nothing but an ant. However, he did not expect this martial-honored human before him to be so terrifying. He was confident that he could eliminate Li Lingtian, but he would have to pay a heavy price. If he could obtain the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint without making a move, it would be considered as completing the mission. This was not a risk, but it was also a good thing to complete the mission. He naturally had to consider it first. "Haha, spare my life. Look in the mirror. If you want the Demon God Sealing Array blueprint, try your best to use your true abilities. If you only know how to brag, it won't work in front of me. Many people who brag in front of me are no longer in this world." Li Lingtian burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. He did not seem to be bothered by the dozens of martial emperor powerhouses. All the powerhouses were shocked. They were really envious that such a person could be so calm and unrestrained when facing a martial emperor powerhouse. "I gave you face, but you don't want it. Today, I'll let you see what a true expert is like." The muscles on Yan Nan's face twisted. He did not expect that a revered martial artist would actually dare to ridicule him like this. He had really lost all his face. After saying that, he unleashed a shocking amount of demonic qi. The other demons did the same. Immediately, the entire sky was filled with pitch-black demonic qi, and the ground was dark. "Will you die if you don't brag?" With a wave of Li Lingtian's hand, all the powerhouses unleashed their true qi and true origin, fusing them into the defense array and allowing their opponents to attack. With the Wargod's defense and the true qi and true yuan of 20,000 powerhouses, even the demons would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. Li Lingtian calculated in his heart as he looked into the distance. In just a short while, the tens of thousands of warriors had already flown far away. If they could stall for a little more time, they would be able to leave Azure Continent and escape the Asmodeans' encirclement. Whether they could enter Azure Continent or not would be their fortune. Now, using the true qi and true essence of all the martial artists to resist the attack of the demons was also consuming the other party's true essence. If the enemy didn't make a move, the Wargod's defense wouldn't be a threat. If the enemy made a move, the defense array would be a threat, but it would drain the enemy's energy and demonic energy. Rumble. Less than sign. The Wargod's attacks had never been heard before. The 16 silver pillars continuously emitted shocking light and shadow. Every attack destroyed countless demons. At this moment, countless demon powerhouses had already unleashed their devilish energy, bombarding the war god. The defense of the war god was shaking nonstop, but the true qi and true yuan of the 20,000 warriors showed no signs of breaking. "It looks very powerful. Defend with all your might. Activate all defensive formations." A cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. He then shouted at all the martial artists and ordered the array masters on the war god to activate the war god's strongest defense. Looking into the distance, tens of thousands of martial artists had already disappeared into the horizon. All the martial artists had split up and fled so that they would not be destroyed by the powerful demons at once. Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He circulated his true essence. "Big brother, you want to use the true spirit pearl?" Ji was shocked when she saw the bead in Li Lingtian's hand. She did not know the power of the true spirit pearl in the past, but she now understood that it was a destructive one. That's right. It's really rare to encounter such a demon. This true spirit pearl is also the place where it can unleash its greatest power. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider. Some of his family members behind him, including Nangong Mingyue, stared at the pearl in Li Lingtian's hand in confusion. At this time, the war god's defenses were fully activated. He transmitted a message to Yifeng, telling the war god to prepare to escape. The power of the true spirit pearl was earth-shattering. Even if the war god's defense was fully activated, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be destroyed by the true spirit pearl. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian's body flashed, and he hovered in the air. The war god mysteriously stopped its attack and retreated as fast as it could. The situation stunned countless Asmodeans. However, they immediately launched their attacks at Li Lingtian when they saw him. At that moment, a cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a flick of his finger, the thunderclap wings on his shoulder flapped, and he disappeared into the air. The space distorted, and a destructive power appeared in the entire space, as if this space was a bomb that was about to explode. Upon discovering this situation, countless super demons also felt that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. Retreat, retreat, hurry up and retreat, boom. At this moment, the world exploded, and everything within 100 miles was turned into ashes. Even more than half of the hundreds of thousands of demons were killed. Countless martial supremes and martial emperors did not even have the chance to resist. They were destroyed just like that. In a flash, Li Lingtian was hit by a destructive force, and his entire body was sent into the war god. The war god's defenses were also shattered layer by layer. The war god shook, but it still retreated at an incredible speed. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Huang Fuyuan and the others rushed to Li Lingtian's side to support him. Yifeng had already given the order. After the war god retreated, it changed its direction and flew in the opposite direction from the Sky Dragon Empire's warriors. The demons were caught off guard, and the war god was the perfect opportunity to escape. The sound of explosions rang out. The war god's speed was raised to its maximum. It was almost the same as a martial artist's teleportation. Seeing the war god fly into the sky in an instant, the commander's lips were stained with blood. His face was twisted. Hundreds of thousands of demons were injured by such a destructive attack. Chase after him. There were only 3 true spirit pearls in the fairy clan for countless years. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he was able to unleash the true spirit pearl's power. With a single attack, 300,000 out of hundreds of thousands of demons were destroyed in an instant. Under the true spirit pearl, even martial venerables and martial emperors would be killed, let alone martial grandmasters and martial emperors. Moreover, if they were caught off guard, no one would be able to dodge or react. Naturally, they would be destroyed. This true spirit pearl had taken away nearly 30 martial emperors and hundreds of supreme realm experts. Now, only a dozen martial emperors and nearly 200 supreme realm experts were born. Commander Yan Nan was also injured, but his injuries weren't serious. Seeing the war god escape, he quickly chased after it. All the other demons also quickly chased after him. For a moment, the war god sped up its escape. Hundreds of thousands of demons chased after it, but as time passed, the low-level demons were shaken off. Only Wu Zun and Wu Di were holding the war god back. There were also 16 silver pillars behind the war god, and 16 destructive light shadows were bombarding the war god. The war god had attack points in all directions. Although the war god's attack couldn't kill a martial emperor, it posed a huge threat to the demons chasing after them. If they weren't careful, they would be killed. When the war god escaped, it didn't lock onto the powerhouses. Instead, it used the attacks of the 5th and 6th level inner cores to create trouble for the pursuing demons. Yifeng, what is in front? Li Lingtian adjusted his breathing for a moment before Tang Qingwei used a silk handkerchief to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He then shouted at Yifeng, wanting to know the route ahead. Young master, we're about to leave Sky Dragon Empire's territory. After 100 miles, we'll reach the Endless Sea. Yifeng did not hesitate at all. He told them the route ahead. He had already studied the route of the war god. This was something he had to do as a subordinate. The war god was so huge that he had to study safety seriously. As long as the war god entered the Endless Sea, it would be able to shake off most of the demons. It would be beneficial for the war god to fight on the sea. All right, speed up and fight in the Endless Sea, Li Lingtian shouted as he looked at the 20,000 warriors below. Do your best to kill the demons, do your best to kill the demons. The 20,000 martial artists also knew that this was the most critical moment. The other Sky Dragon Empire martial artists had basically escaped. Now was also the time for their survival. He had to kill all the demons in order to enter the Endless Sea smoothly. After crossing the Endless Sea, he could enter the Azure Continent. May help me recover from my injuries. Li Lingtian did not hesitate as he walked toward his room. Shun Mei knew what he meant. With his current injuries, it would take him a few days to recover. However, facing the powerful demons, he had to stabilize his injuries in a short period of time. He needed her help to stabilize his injuries in a short period of time. Dual cultivation was the fastest way to recover his cultivation. The other girls knew that Li Lingtian and Shun Mei were dual cultivators. It was the fastest time for them to recover their cultivation base. The two of them walked into the room. The others watched the war god and the countless demons chasing after them. They were all extremely worried. Chapter 433, Heavenly Origin Convergence Formation. Quick, they're going into the Endless Sea to the Azure Continent. Commander Yan Nan looked at the war god's route and immediately understood that the war god's target was the Endless Sea. If the war god entered the Endless Sea, no matter how many demons there were, it would be useless. Unless it was a demon above the martial grandmaster level, no other demon could pose a threat to the war god. Immediately, tens of thousands of powerful demons circled around the war god and flew toward the Endless Sea. The war god's attack was an all-round attack. There were 16 light shadows in front, back, left, right, up and down. Countless demons were killed if they weren't careful. Continue flying. Attack. Yifeng saw that most of the demons had come to the front of the war god. They wanted to stop the war god. He then shouted loudly, ordering all martial artists to attack and assist the war god in attacking the demons. They had to kill a bloody path from here into the Endless Sea. Moreover, all the martial artists could see the sea area 10 miles away. As long as they entered it, their chances of survival would be great. If the demons caught up, the war god would have to face the bombardment of hundreds of thousands of demons. Boom, boom, kill. The war god continued to attack, and all the warriors also launched their attacks. Immediately, the sky was filled with destructive energy. Even the demonic energy of the demons couldn't withstand it for a while. Boom. The war god began to shake. More than a dozen martial monarch realm experts avoided the war god's lock-on and bombarded the war god continuously. The terrifying demonic aura was seriously damaging the war god, causing it to shake. If this continued, The war god wouldn't even be able to enter the endless sea before it was destroyed. Even if it did, it wouldn't be able to reach the Azure continent. Defend, attack. Heavenly Yuan convergence formation. Yi Feng gave his orders. The 20,000 martial artists quickly used their true qi and primeval essence to stabilize the formation. Otherwise, the war god would be destroyed. The defensive array was bombarded, and the martial artists who used true qi and true yuan were all rebounded. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, but no one let go. If the defense was broken, the war god would be destroyed. At that time, everyone would be destroyed as well. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. When Yi Feng shouted, "Heaven origin return to one," the world shook. All the spirit qi within a radius of several dozen miles surged over and quickly entered the war god. Suddenly, a destructive pressure was emitted from the war god. The appearance of this pressure was accompanied by an explosive blast of vital essence. Ah, ah! Screams rang out as everything within a mile was destroyed. Martial grandmasters, martial emperors, and even martial supremes and martial emperors were completely annihilated by this destructive true yuan attack. Shup! On the war god, Nangong Mingyue and the others were completely stunned by the war god's power. Seeing this destructive Zhenyuan attack, they all let out a cold breath. Even the devil experts were shocked by this true essence attack. This kind of attack was completely using a formation to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and directly attack the opponent with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This kind of formation was too terrifying. Rumble, boom,
Boom.
boom, cc, cc. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ah, ah, ah. The battle did not stop from the beginning to the end. The sounds of explosions, and screams shook the entire world. The war god also began to shake. More than half of the 20,000 martial artists inside had been severely injured by the defensive array formation. None of them had any true qi or true yuan to maintain the array formation. However, as long as one of them still had true essence and true qi, they would be able to hold on. Seeing that the war god was about to be destroyed, the commander Yan Nan became excited. He continued to bombard the war god with shocking attacks. However, what he didn't know was that if he killed 1,000 enemies, he would suffer 800 losses. Not a single person on the war god had died. They were only injured. However, more than half of the powerhouses from the demon race who had chased after him had been killed. Moreover, the war god had already entered the endless sea for 100 miles. Moreover, it was shuttling back and forth quickly, trying to shake off these powerful demons. Seeing the war god shaking, Yi Feng's expression turned solemn, facing the attacks of the super demons. If this continued, he would not be able to escape the demons' pursuit. If they couldn't get rid of the demons soon, the war god would be destroyed, and everyone on the war god would be destroyed as well. Yes, at that moment, the door at the top of the war god opened, and Li Lingtian walked out. When he saw the state of the war god, he softly acknowledged it. There was no expression on his face, but he knew what he was thinking. However, from the looks of it, there were no injuries on his body, and he looked very energetic. Shen Mei followed behind him, but her face was still red. "Young master," Yi Feng shouted when he saw Li Lingtian coming out. Even if Yi Feng did not report the situation, Li Lingtian would be able to tell. "Big dragon." Li Lingtian shouted loudly as his aura burst forth from his body. In a flash, he left the war god and headed outside. At the same time, Longda's figure flashed and quickly followed. This time, he did not transform into a true dragon's body. Instead, he used the dragon roar battle halberd in his hand. "You hold him back. I'll get rid of these shrimps first." Li Lingtian stared coldly at the powerhouses outside. His expression did not change, but the internals trembled wherever his icy gaze passed. This subordinate will obey. Longda did not hesitate at all. He swung the dragon roar battle halberd in his hand, and his body flashed as he fiercely attacked the great commander, Yan Nan. He was fighting with all his might. Yan Nan was the commander and a peak 6th heaven martial emperor. Longda was only a level 7, level 5 transformed demonic beast. With the dragon chi and the dragon roar battle halberd, he could only fight Yan Nan at most. However, in order to restrain Yan Nan, he had to use his strongest attack. Good, very good. All the clowns will stay here today. Li Lingtian said coldly as he circulated his true essence and unleashed a shocking sword will. His divine sense moved, and a stream of light appeared between his eyebrows. The stream of light flickered and floated in the air. Instantly, a shocking pressure erupted. This was the pressure of a supreme-grade saint weapon. The Tianyu sword was a super supreme-grade saint weapon. Even a martial emperor powerhouse would be affected by this pressure. Sword intent, sublimation. The sword's momentum filled the air. Li Lingtian grabbed the Tianyu sword with one hand and looked at it seriously. With a wave of his hand, a sword light appeared, but the moment the sword light appeared, it disappeared. Tisk. Ah. The sound of an item being cut rang out. Before the sound could fade, a miserable cry followed. A trace of black blood appeared between the eyebrows of a second heaven martial emperor devil. His body was cut in half. As he screamed, there was no longer any vitality left in him. Even if he had vitality, he would not be able to survive. His body had been cut in half. Sword forced. What a terrifying sword aura. Not bad. The power of this sword aura is unrivaled. Although this sword howl is not as domineering as the myriad returning swords, it's completely lethal against a martial emperor or a martial venerable. The power of the myriad returning swords is destructive. Everything it passes through will be destroyed. However, it's a little difficult to deal with a martial emperor powerhouse. Now that the sword howl heaven and earth is being used, it can kill a martial emperor instantly. Although the powerhouses on the war god were injured, they were still shocked by Li Lingtian's attack. What kind of existence was the sword aura? With such a strike, a martial honored realm expert could easily kill a martial emperor realm expert. Was this still going to let him live? Every warrior looked at Li Lingtian in shock. Even the people at the top of the war god were Li Lingtian's relatives. They were thrilled to see Li Lingtian killing a martial emperor powerhouse like a god of war. This fellow. Nangong Minghua thought to herself as she looked at the elegant figure with a supreme aura. She had never thought that he would be able to kill a martial monarch realm expert in one strike. A few years ago, she looked down on this guy. She did not expect that in just a few years, this guy would rise like a miracle. In her eyes, the martial monarch realm experts of the Green Continent were the most powerful. Her life was to marry the most powerful expert. She had to be the proud son of heaven of the martial monarch realm. But now, she realized that the supreme realm above the martial monarch realm was like a god. However, after the appearance of the martial emperor realm, she realized how fragile the supreme realm was. Moreover, this guy had already easily killed the legendary expert in her eyes. Thinking about how this guy had touched her leg not long ago, her face couldn't help but turn red. Swoosh, swoosh, boomed, tisk. In the sky, Li Lingtian's figure flickered as he evaded the pursuit of more than 10 martial emperors and hundreds of martial honors. With the flapping of his thunderclap wings, no one was able to track him down. As for him, as long as he found an opportunity, the Tianyu sword in his hand would slash down with a destructive sword aura. Every time he attacked, a demon powerhouse would be instantly killed, regardless of whether it was a supreme realm or a martial emperor. It was fine if he did not attack, but once he attacked, it was destruction and death. Boom. At that moment, After Li Lingtian had killed a martial emperor from the Devil Clan, a martial emperor powerhouse behind him threw a punch at Li Lingtian with incredible speed. With the distance of only 100 meters, Li Lingtian had no chance to dodge the punch. All the warriors were shocked to see this. If Li Lingtian was hit, he would lose half his life, even if he did not die. The martial emperor powerhouse who ambushed Li Lingtian had a sinister smile on his face, as if he had seen Li Lingtian vanish into thin air with a single punch. As long as he could kill Li Lingtian, he would be the one who contributed the most. However, the sudden look of disdain in Li Lingtian's eyes made him feel endless rage. Bang! The destructive force of the fist slammed into Li Lingtian's body, and all the warriors on the war god cried out in alarm. It was as if they were shocked to see Li Lingtian destroyed by a single punch. If Li Lingtian fell, all of them would fall as well. Chapter 434. Killing the Great Commander. Bang! Li Lingtian's body was not sent flying as he had expected. Instead, he only trembled slightly. This scene made all the martial artists and demons feel like they were hallucinating. A martial-honored realm expert was struck by a martial emperor realm expert's punch, and such a change actually happened. Such a situation would only appear in an illusion. If a martial emperor powerhouse did not spare a punch, he would definitely send a martial honor flying or even kill him instantly. However, Li Lingtian's body only swayed slightly as he withstood all the destructive force. Ignorant. Not only was Li Lingtian not injured, he was not sent flying nor was he killed instantly. Instead, he grabbed the martial emperor from the demon clan with one hand and threw a punch at him as well. The fist carried a faint flame, and the space trembled with it. Rumble-da-da. A loud explosion was heard. The martial emperor clan was hit by the fist that carried destructive flames. Immediately after, they spat out a mouthful of black blood and were sent flying. However, in the air, the martial emperor clan screamed miserably.
Boom!
The destructive flames contained the destructive power of the ice flame. Without any resistance, the meridians in their bodies were completely destroyed. With a loud explosion, the body of the martial emperor devil clan exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Shup! All of this seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. The martial artists and demons who saw this could not help but gasp. Who was this young man? A martial emperor's punch was like a tickle to him, but his punch had instantly killed a martial emperor. Li Lingtian appeared calm, but his mind was shaken. He had just been ambushed and had temporarily raised the true dragon body barrier to its maximum. The limitless feather coat he wore also unleashed its powerful defense to neutralize the martial emperor's fist force. True dragon body protection, giant dragon power. Li Lingtian did not even spare a glance at the slain Asmodean. His eyes gleamed coldly as his body flashed. All the vital essence in his body transformed into dragon energy, and a shocking dragon energy burst forth. The 4 giant dragons circled around him and crashed into the large group of martial emperors and revered martial artists. Their fists were like mountains as they continuously swung out.
Boom! Boom!
Boom! Da roar, roar, roar. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of explosions and dragon might, countless Supreme Realm demons were thrown out. Every Supreme Realm expert who was thrown out was either seriously injured or directly killed. Even a martial emperor powerhouse was beaten into a sorry state. Heaven flipping seal. Li Lingtian shouted softly, and the fist shadow disappeared. A palm print with a radius of 100 meters appeared in the air. The moment the palm print appeared, it came crashing down with a trajectory. With a string of blood-spurting sounds, countless demons were directly crushed to death by the heaven-flipping seal. The heaven-up seal was a deadly earth-rank skill. However, This earth-ranked skill carried the principles of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian had evolved the heaven-up seal to the state of perfection. Its power was not inferior to the usual heaven-ranked mystical power. On the contrary, it was even more overbearing. Initially, everyone thought that Li Lingtian would use melee combat. However, they did not expect Li Lingtian to use such a move. Moreover, it was an instantaneous move that came at them with ease. Without any preparation, dozens of revered martial artists were killed in one hit, and 3 martial supreme were crushed to death. This was probably the most aggrieved death of the martial emperor devil race.
Boom.
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 In the air, explosions continued. Longda and Yan Nan were locked in a battle. Although Yan Nan was suppressing Longda, it was impossible for him to leave Longda's side. As soon as he wanted to leave, Longda would unleash a desperate attack to pin down Yan Nan. For a moment, Yan Nan's face was filled with anger. He could not get rid of them and could not be killed. Such a situation was frustrating. He watched as his subordinates were killed one by one. Now, there were less than half of them left. If this continued, Li Lingtian would finish them off sooner or later. By then, he would not be able to keep his life even if he joined forces with Longda. Li Lingtian's face revealed a strange smile as he pushed the battle away from a distance. However, in a flash, he had arrived in another direction. This direction was intentionally or unintentionally approaching Yan Nan. However, he did not seem to have any intention of attacking Yan Nan. Instead, he focused all his attention on dealing with the other demons. Heavenly Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. Tyrannical Blade Art. Desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he stared coldly at a third heaven martial emperor from the devil tribe. He used all his true essence, and a destructive pressure in the air fiercely suppressed the demon expert. When Longda saw Li Lingtian unleashing the Empyrean Terminus Emperor Saber, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he unleashed his most powerful attack, as if he was not letting Yan Nan escape. Third-level Martial Emperor Realm. Let's see how capable you are. Li Lingtian spoke coldly as he cast the Tyrant Blade technique. His cold gaze swept across the third heaven Martial Emperor powerhouse. Suddenly, a destructive saber intent appeared between heaven and earth. This saber intent was completely murderous and domineering. Be careful, don't take it head-on. Yan Nan could see that Li Lingtian was about to use this move to kill his subordinate, who was his personal guard. If he were to be killed, he would lose a right-hand man in the future. Moreover, when he saw that his subordinate was about to take it head-on, he shouted loudly, "Rumble!" At this moment, the Dragon Roar battle halberd in Longda's hand had already flown out of his hand. The destructive power shot towards Yan Nan. When Yan Nan saw this destructive attack, his heart trembled. He hurriedly used his most powerful attack to attack the Dragon Cry battle halberd. Crash. However, at this moment, the world strangely stopped. 10 saber rays with destructive saber intent directly cut through the space, and a series of crashing sounds sounded. The target of the 10 saber gleams was not the third heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, but the commander Yan Nan, who was at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. The saber light ignored the distance of space and arrived in an instant. This change stunned all the fiend race and human ancient martial art practitioners. Everyone understood what was going on. Li Lingtian had done all this to kill Yan Nan. He had deliberately shifted his attention to the other martial emperors and revered martial artists. He had even allowed Longda to hold Yan Nan back while he dealt with the weaker martial emperors and revered martial artists. It turned out that all of this was for this attack. Kachats, tsk hissed, despicable, ah. The space trembled. The 10-blade glows had already slashed onto the 3 defenses that Yan Nan had put up at the last minute. The 4th blade glows disappeared, but the 3 defenses were also broken. The remaining 6 blade gleams cut Yan Nan in half. Screams sounded out one after another. As the final scream fell, Yan Nan was turned into ashes. Under the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, it carried divine qi. Even the demon race's soul-shifting grand art could not be used, so it was naturally impossible for him to escape. The 10 saber lights seemed to be very busy, but in fact, the 10 saber lights were all shot down at the same time. There was no difference between them. There was a brief silence between heaven and earth. All the MO and ancient martial art practitioners watched this outcome, but not many experts knew what was going on. However, most of the human ancient martial art practitioners understood. Li Lingtian had planned to kill Yan Nan from the very beginning. Li Lingtian had been plotting against Yan Nan ever since the war god encountered the internals. However, no one expected that his scheme would be so far-reaching. Everything was under Li Lingtian's control. The war god consumed the power of the demons and the demonic energy of the demon powerhouses. Coupled with the war god's escape, Yan Nan and the rest's demonic energy was constantly depleted. When Li Lingtian was injured and the war god was about to be destroyed, the demons let their guard down. After that, Li Lingtian had long to deal with the most powerful Yan Nan while he dealt with the ordinary martial supreme. This seemed reasonable, as everyone thought that Li Lingtian would join forces with Longda after he had killed all the low-level Asmodeans. In the end, Li Lingtian was dealing with a third heaven martial emperor while Longda was cooperating flawlessly. Yan Nan was caught off guard and was killed in one hit. All of this was to kill Yan Nan.
Roar.
Roar. Longda roared in excitement. Li Lingtian's face revealed a satisfied expression as Longda followed him for a while. The two of them also cooperated more tacitly.
Boom.
Boom. Dot ah. Ah, ah, da-da, ah, ah. The two of them did not wait for the other dazed demons to react and launched a destructive attack. Instantly, the sound of killing shook the sky, and the demons disappeared one by one. Quite a number of demons began to escape. Yan Nan had been killed, and there were not many demons left. If they did not escape, they would be courting death. In an instant, there was not a single demon in the boundless sea. Young Noble Lingtian, da young Noble Lingtian. Cheers erupted as all the warriors were excited from the bottom of their hearts. They could safely enter the Azure continent after killing the internals. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's strength had conquered the hearts of every warrior. Worship that came from the bottom of his heart. This was the strength of an expert. He had both courage and strategy. When facing a heaven-shaking expert, he could still kill him step by step. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shocked, Longda grabbed with one hand and brought Li Lingtian into the war god. Longda returned to his own place and began to rest. The other martial artists also rested in peace to recover their true qi and true essence. At this time, the war god's array had already been restored. The war god quickly flew into the boundless sea. Ling Tian, big brother, Tianer, husband, big brother Ling Tian. At that moment, a few girls and Li Lingtian's relatives at the top of the war god came to Li Lingtian's side with concern. Everyone looked worried. After all, Li Lingtian was already injured. He had just unleashed his true essence continuously and was ambushed by the Martial Emperor. The Martial Emperor's punch had worsened his injuries. Now, his injuries were very serious.
I'm fine. Don't worry. I'll just rest for a while.
Yuyan, may Qingyue help me? Li Lingtian's face cracked into a comforting smile. He then shouted at Huangfu Yuyan and the other two girls seriously. This injury was a complete addition to the injury. Shun Mei could not do it alone. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan were both his women, and their cultivation levels were very high. Naturally, they could help him heal. Chapter 435. returning to the Azure continent. 1. King helped Li Lingtian into the room. Huang Fuyuyan and the other two ladies could not help but blush as they followed Li Lingtian into the room. May give the dual cultivation scripture to Qingyue and Yuyan. Later, help me heal my injuries. With the combined cultivation of the three of you, it should be enough. Li Lingtian's face was filled with seriousness. Although they were already husband and wife, he understood Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan's shyness. It was the same for Shun Mei. She would feel shy when three girls were together. This was completely different from having sex with Li Lingtian alone. With an outsider around, even if she was Li Lingtian's woman, she would feel uneasy. Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyuyan were the same. However, this was not a good time, but to help him heal. The three ladies' faces were flushed red, and they dared not look at Li Lingtian. Fortunately, Li Lingtian had closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Otherwise, they would be in a more awkward situation. However, the three ladies only channeled their energy to help Li Lingtian heal his wounds. It was not as bad as they had imagined. She only took off her outer clothes, leaving behind a tube top and wrapped pants. Although she felt a little shy, it was still better than being naked. For a full 3 days, the four of them recuperated in their rooms while Qingling helped Li Lingtian and the others. In 3 days, Li Lingtian had fully recovered from his injuries. Furthermore, the cultivation of Huang Fuyuyan and the other two ladies had improved significantly after the dual cultivation. Huang Fuyuyan and Tang Qingyu were both 5th-level martial arts grandmasters. Shun Mei had also made a breakthrough and was now a 3rd-level martial emperor. Although Li Lingtian's cultivation was still at the 3rd heaven martial honored realm, his cultivation had already reached the complete realm. If he wanted to advance, he would have to make a breakthrough. However, it was not that easy to make a breakthrough now that he had reached the martial honored realm. Lingtian, have you completely recovered from your injuries? Tang Qingyue asked gently as she helped Li Lingtian put on his clothes. Her face was still a little flushed. Yes, I'm completely fine. Li Lingtian nodded with a faint smile on his face. He reached out and caressed Tang Qingyue's face. Let's go. Let's go out first. Otherwise, they'll all be worried. Huang Fuyuyan and Shun Mei had already put on their clothes and were smiling at Li Lingtian and his wife. Soon after, they left the room. There were indeed many people waiting anxiously outside. Although they had shaken off the Asmodeans, they would not have a backbone without Li Lingtian. Tian, have you recovered from your injuries? Qin Susu pulled Li Lingtian over and asked with concern as she sized him up. Mother, Tian's injuries have already recovered. Actually, it wasn't that serious to begin with. He just needs to recuperate a little. Li Lingtian smiled as he felt warmth in his heart. This was motherly love. He could only feel this kind of care from his mother. It's fine as long as your injuries are healed. Otherwise, with injuries on your body, it will affect your cultivation in the future. That's right. Although martial artists don't get sick if they get injured, it's inevitable that their cultivation will be affected. I never thought that Tian's cultivation and strength would reach such a level in these few years. It has truly exceeded Uncle's imagination. What uncle? It should be called father and mother after Blue Moon and Meng Meng. That's right. When things settle down in the future, we'll give Tian and the others a wedding. Not bad. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4 for brides. Ha. Upon hearing that Li Lingtian's injuries were completely healed, the others were overjoyed and began to tease Li Lingtian. Tang Qingyue and the other girls were embarrassed, but they were happy inside. Following that, Li Lingtian inspected the war god once more. The array formation inside was intact, and there were no major effects. However, the incident this time made him realize that the war god was still able to deal with ordinary martial honors and martial emperors. If it were to encounter countless martial emperor powerhouses, it would not be able to do anything. When the time came, he would have to strengthen the wargoods' defense and attack. He would also need frigates and countless battleships to protect the war god so that it wouldn't be besieged. The war god was also flying through the sea at high speed. After flying for a whole month, the 20,000 martial artists were relieved. At least there were no demons chasing after them. However, if a force emperor flew alone in such a sea area, he would almost die. Not only were there destructive storms, but there were also terrifying sea beasts. They might be drowned in this sea area. This time, if Li Lingtian had not rushed back from Songzhou, the powerhouses of Sky Dragon Empire would have perished. Li Lingtian had risked his life to save so many warriors. As for the rest, it was unknown if they could safely enter the Azure continent. At the very least, they had escaped the Asmodeans' annihilation. The war god was safely flying above the sea, but the warriors of the three empires of Green Island felt regret. Although more than half of the hundreds of thousands of Asmodeans had been killed by Li Lingtian, there were still more than 100,000 Asmodeans left. There were even a few martial emperors and hundreds of martial honors. With Li Lingtian and the rest gone, all the Infernals vented their anger on the three great empires. In an instant, the three great empires suffered the annihilation of the Infernals. Li Lingtian could not care less about these matters. Even though the three empires would attack Sky Dragon if they didn't, the significance of the fact that the three empires attacked Sky Dragon first was different. In this way, Sky Dragon Empire's hatred towards the three empires would also be counted. On the war god, Li Lingtian was resting on a recliner with his eyes closed. Li Xiaoxiao and Qingling were gently massaging his shoulders. Li Lingtian had a look of enjoyment on his face. The other girls were also chattering nonstop, completely ignoring Li Lingtian. Tang Ziming didn't know about the Azure continent, so she kept asking Huang Fuyuyan, Tang Qingyue, and Shenmei this guy. When I was at the Moonrise auction house, he actually dared to trick me. When Huang Fuyuyan mentioned Li Lingtian, she was reminded of how Li Lingtian had embarrassed her at the auction. Initially, she liked the jade hairpin, but she did not expect Li Lingtian to spend a high price to buy it for Qingling. Big Sister Yu Yan, if it were me back then, I would have recovered my cultivation and beaten Big Brother Ling Tian up. Tang Ziming smiled sweetly. Although she said that, she was still reluctant to part with him. It looks like you can't bear to part with him either. What's even more detestable is that he actually threw me off the flying ship and went to Vast Heaven City to save your sister. But with my intelligence, it's naturally impossible for me to shake him off so easily. Fortunately, I went. Otherwise, your big brother Ling Tian would have died long ago, and Blue Moon would have become a member of the Tuoba clan. Huang Fuyuyan said angrily as she glared at Li Lingtian. However, she noticed that Li Lingtian was completely asleep and did not listen to her. She stood up and walked toward Li Lingtian. She reached out and twisted Li Lingtian's ear. That's because Big Brother Ling Tian respects you and treats you as one of his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown you down to avoid going to Vast Heaven Great City to take the risk. Tang Ziming quickly spoke up when she saw Li Lingtian being bullied. Of course I know that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him off. Huang Fuyuyan laughed. Her hand that was originally twisting Li Lingtian's ear had turned into a caress. Li Lingtian was too lazy to get involved with the girls. If he got involved, he would be finished. Life on the war god was rather relaxing. Li Lingtian rested leisurely during the day. He was either performing heaven-grade divine powers, meditating to cultivate heaven and earth reincarnation technique and true dragon's body barrier, comprehending alchemy techniques and cultivation techniques, or refining treasures. At night, he accompanied Huang Fuyuyan and the others. Although 4 girls could also take turns loving each other, warriors had more time to cultivate. Li Lingtian had already reached the martial-honored realm and had a lifespan of 500 years. However, their lifespans were still very short. If they wanted to be in love with Li Lingtian forever, their lifespans were a hurdle. Hence, they had more time to cultivate. Moreover, Li Lingtian had not had much time to cultivate since he had attained the complete earthly sovereign level recently. This way, he would have more time to accompany them. As time passed, the warriors on the war god had recovered from their injuries. Their faces were filled with excitement. After entering the Azure continent, they could cultivate in peace. The resources in the Azure continent were tens of thousands of times more than the Azure continent. With such a place to cultivate, his cultivation would naturally increase rapidly. In 3 months, the war god crossed the endless sea and entered the Azure continent. However, the war god didn't directly enter the Azure continent. Instead, it circled the sea a few times before disappearing into the sea. It flew stealthily in the sea for half a month before entering the Azure continent from a hidden location. After entering the Azure continent, the war god had completely disappeared. With Li Lingtian's guidance, all the warriors flew towards Spirituality City. Li Lingtian was merely giving them some pointers. It was none of his business whether they wanted to go to Spirituality City. After settling the Sky Dragon Empire's warriors, Li Lingtian and the rest quietly entered the edge of the Azure continent. However, the edge was not far from Serenity Plains. This place was not far from the Serenity Plains, the Azure continent, and the Black continent. These places were not governed by the 3 powers. Moreover, the spiritual energy was dense and the resources were abundant. Naturally, the Asmodeans in Serenity Plains would not let him off so easily after knowing that he had entered the Azure continent. Li Lingtian did not know if they would pursue him to the Azure continent. However, he didn't want to fight against the demons of Yuzhou province so soon. He had to improve his strength first. After parting ways with the other powerhouses, Li Lingtian led the Tang clan, Qin clan, and Lan clan to the edge of the Azure continent. However, his whereabouts were well hidden. Although the queen's palace was not bad, it was not the best place. If he wanted to cultivate in peace, he had to find a place to settle his family down. As long as they didn't use their real identities, they could find a random flying ship and no one would notice them. There were many people who used flying ships in the Azure continent, and they didn't interact with other martial artists. Even the experts of the Serenity Plains couldn't find out their whereabouts. Chapter 436, Tianhe Region. A year passed. Without using the war god, their flying speed was reduced by half. However, this was also for safety reasons. The ship kept flying like this, changing directions from time to time. After a year, they finally arrived at the border of the Azure continent, the Serenity continent, and the Black continent. Even though they were flying non-stop and rarely landed, the huge spaceship did not affect their cultivation. Moreover, it allowed Li Lingtian to get closer to Tang Qingyue and the others. Martial artists cultivated for no time. It was definitely a rare thing to be able to be at ease and accompany their loved ones like this. However, Tang Qingyue and the rest's cultivation continued to rise. With Li Lingtian's guidance and precious elixirs, Tang Qingyue and the rest had reached Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster in just a year. Even Tang Ziming, Xiao Xiao, and Qingping were all first-level martial arts grandmasters. Ji's cultivation base made people speechless. After a year of hard work, his cultivation base was almost on par with Shun Mei Er's. On this day, the spaceship stopped and Li Lingtian and the others entered the city separately. Tianhe Region, East River City. The Tianhe region was a no-man's land on the border of the Black Continent, the Serenity Continent, and the Azure Continent because it was the Tianhe region. The Tianhe Zone was a completely independent region that wasn't under the jurisdiction of the 3 great continents. The forces here didn't seem strong on the surface, but their true strength wasn't inferior to the Azure Continent, Serenity Continent, or even the Black Continent. The Tianhe region was hundreds of millions of miles in circumference. It was vast and rich in resources. The main resource was the Heavenly River. Rather than calling it a heavenly river, it was more like a sea area, a powerful sea area. There were countless sea beasts and demonic beasts, and the spiritual energy was dense. However, it wasn't easy to establish a foothold in this place. The Tianhe region was divided into 4 regions, namely the East River, South River, West River, and North River. The 4 cities controlled the resources of the Tianhe region together. There were no large families in each city. There were only countless forces of various sizes. However, in each city, there was a neutral force, which was like a government. Li Lingtian had read about this information through countless ancient books. Few people in the real Tianhe zone knew about it. The East River City was about the size of Spirituality City. Li Lingtian and the others split up and entered the East River City. After entering the East River City, Li Lingtian brought Tang Qingyue and the rest to a quieter inn to stay. As for the others, although they had escaped from Green Island, their family property had gathered on them. That person had more than 2 million spirit stones. With spirit stones, it was naturally easier to do things. Everyone hid in secret. This was what Li Lingtian wanted to see the most. Even though 100 people were not a lot, if they were together, they would be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. They hid and cultivated alone, slowly taking root in this place. No one could discover their identities at all. Besides, there were countless experts who had entered the Tianhe zone, and no one had asked about other people's privacy. There were experts from the Azure Continent, Serenity Continent, and even the Black Continent who had come here to cultivate in seclusion or to hide here after offending other major powers. Li Lingtian had already thought it through. Even though Green Island was gone, the demons in Serenity Plains would still hunt him down. After all, he had the God-forbidding formation blueprint. Only with this blueprint could he activate the God-forbidding formation. He couldn't stay in the Azure Continent or the Green Continent. It would be dangerous even if he went to the Black Continent. After all, the Black Continent was very powerful. Apart from the Divine Continent, the Black Continent was the most mysterious and powerful. He had no plans to enter the Xian Continent yet. He wanted to improve his cultivation first. After the few battles, he understood that no matter how powerful he was, he could not compete with a powerful family. Only by establishing his own powerful force could he establish a foothold in the Divine Martial Continent. From the information, he discovered that there were some mysterious places outside of the 5 continents of the Divine Martial Continent. He didn't consider other places, but he focused his attention on the Tianhe region. There were also 11 legendary existences in the Tianhe region, but very few people knew about them. Coming to the Tianhe zone was his first step. He wanted to gain a foothold here and slowly erode the strength of the Tianhe zone. He wanted to make the Tianhe region his stepping stone. When the time came, he would form a corner with the Queen's Palace. He would have the capital to establish himself. Li Lingtian only had Tang Qingyue and a few other girls by his side. Li Xuefeng and his wife, as well as Tang Zicheng and his wife, had also hidden themselves. In this way, even if they encountered any danger, they could easily leave this place without implicating Li Xuefeng and the others. You guys cultivate here first. I'll go out and deal with some things. After Li Lingtian settled down in the inn, he told Tang Qingyue and the other girls before leaving with Qingling. As he left the inn, Li Lingtian's aura had changed slightly as well. There was a faint demonic aura around him. A person could change their appearance, but they could not change their aura or cultivation attributes. With this change, no one would associate him with Li Lingtian. Even if he used Li Lingtian's name, no one would know about his past. After all, the Azure Continent was too far away from here. To put it bluntly, this place was just a remote and desolate place that had completely lost contact with other places. It was like a paradise. Young master, where are we going? Qingling asked curiously after leaving the inn with Li Lingtian. However, she was still very happy to be out with Li Lingtian. After all, she rarely went out alone, and there were not many opportunities for her to get close to him. Let's go and inquire about some information and see what this Tianhe zone looks like. Li Lingtian replied calmly, with a smile on his lips. However, no matter how one looked at it, it did not look good.
Oh.
Qingling acknowledged him and did not say anything else. She simply followed Li Lingtian. As Li Lingtian walked, he sized up the city. The East River City was no different from other cities, but the cultivation of the warriors here was much stronger than other places. Although it was not a place where martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors were everywhere, this place was generally stronger than other places. It was rare to even encounter martial warrior realm disciples here. Most of them were martial spirit realm disciples, and there were only a few martial warrior realm disciples. There were warrior spirits and martial kings everywhere. If these martial kings managed to obtain the Azure Continent, they would definitely be the favored ones of the heavens. His current cultivation was a martial, honored realm. In this place, a martial honored realm expert was also a top-notch expert. Those who saw it would show envy and respect. After all, Wu Zun was not a martial artist like Martial Emperor Wu Zong. The revered martial artists here had the status of martial emperors in the Azure Continent. Therefore, in front of martial kings, martial grandmasters, and even martial emperors, martial honors were also top-notch experts. They were people who did not dare to provoke them. After all, each realm was a world. The two of them walked slowly towards the Tianhe Square. If they wanted to inquire about information, the square in each city was the best place. Moreover, there were some martial artists in these places who specialized in such services to inquire about information for foreign experts. Li Lingtian was already used to this. He was young, but he had traveled to many places and seen many things. Young master, what can I do for you? As soon as they entered the square, many disciples came forward to greet them with respectful expressions. Although he could not discern Li Lingtian's cultivation base, he could tell from Li Lingtian's aura and Qingling's status as a maid. With such a peerless beauty as a maid, one could only imagine Li Lingtian's status. Li Lingtian swept his gaze across the room, but did not say a word as he walked straight ahead. With a single glance, he could see through the disciples' schemes, as well as their character and nature. Others might not be able to do so, but Li Lingtian's Divine Soul Eye and the Devil Tribe's Soul Extermination spell could do it. He could directly see through the other party's schemes. Although this was only targeted at some martial artists with low cultivation, this was enough. As a Supreme Realm expert, he could definitely see through the schemes of experts below the Martial Emperor realm. Even if he was only asking for some information, he had to be careful, lest he was betrayed when he was asking for information. After wandering around the square, he finally saw a pretty good person. However, what made him frown was that the other party was actually a girl. It was really rare for a girl to do such a thing. However, he soon relaxed his brows. Girls tended to get more accurate information at times. It was a girl around 20 years old. Although she was not peerless, her face had a hint of delicate beauty. She was the type that was very pleasing to the eye. Her delicate little face had a hint of shrewdness. Young master, this little girl's eye, is there anything I can help you with? The lady greeted Li Lingtian when she saw him approaching. Unlike the other disciples, she was obviously proud of him. That's right, it's you. Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. With a faint smile on his face, he walked out of the plaza. Qingling followed along with the woman. They arrived at a quieter tea house and Li Lingtian entered a private room. After the waiter brought some snacks and tea, Qingling handed 2 middle-grade spirit stones to the waiter and waved her hand. Young master, if you need my help, just tell me. Zai looked at the young man in front of him with a faint smile on his face from the beginning to the end. The weapon wrapped in beast skin on his back was a little dazzling. After all, the warriors of the divine martial continent could store their treasures in their storage pouches, even without refining them. Even the most powerful treasures were kept in their storage pouches. However, this young man actually carried a weapon without any aura on his back. He was really curious. Have a seat. I've just arrived at East River City. I want to know some basic information about this place. Li Lingtian gestured for Zai to take a seat with a smile on his face. He took a sip of the fragrant tea before speaking. He also knew that this woman was looking at the weapon on his back. Others might not know, but he was suffering. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't refine the god-destroying wind and thunder slash. He tried everything he could to keep it in his storage bag and divine dragon ring, but it still didn't work. He could only carry it on his back every day. Chapter 437. Joining East River City. So this is the first time you've come to the Tianhe Zone, young master. I was born and raised in the Tianhe Zone. Although I don't know other places, I'm familiar with the East River City. Zai was stunned, but he immediately understood. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The experts from outside were all here to inquire about the Tianhe Zone, so they naturally didn't have many spirit stones to tip them. However, in this line of work, he had to satisfy the other parties seriously. The Tianhe region is divided into 4 cities: East River City, West River City, North River City, and South River City. Our East River City is the weakest, but the 4 cities don't have any disputes with each other, so we're relatively balanced. If you want to live in East River City for a long time, it's best to join East River City. That way, you can become an official member of East River City and become a member of East River City. You just have to accept the missions of East River City every year. East River City will also protect its members. Moreover, if it weren't for the members of East River City, there would be many resources that outsiders wouldn't be able to enjoy. Only East River City would be able to obtain these resources. There would also be some secret information and benefits that only members of East River City would know. As Li Lingtian sipped his tea, he listened to Zai's story about East River. A large city didn't have any clans, only some forces of various sizes. Such a city wasn't considered complicated. Although there were disputes, they were only matters of small sects and factions. They could not affect East River City. Moreover, if there was really something big, East River City would directly suppress it. Are there any conditions to join East River City? Li Lingtian had gained a general understanding of East River City, but he was still clueless about the entire Tianhe region. However, he also understood that Zai was only a martial king's disciple. It was impossible for him to know any confidential matters. What he could understand to the end could be said to be public secrets. To join East River City, one has to complete a mission. The level of each mission is different. Similarly, after completing the mission, the treatment is also different. The real members of Tianhe City are all martial ancestor realm existences. The rest are just family members and forces. Generally speaking, martial ancestor realm experts can become patrol members. Martial royal realm experts can become senior managers. As for the martial honors and martial emperors, they are the true core strength of East River City. I don't know what kind of treatment a martial honored or martial emperor has. It's said that once you reach the martial emperor realm, you can become a member of the Elder Council. Zai told him everything he knew. After that, he waited for Li Lingtian to ask again. Following that, Li Lingtian asked Xueqi about some other trivial matters, and Xueqi answered them one by one. Li Lingtian also received a satisfactory answer for some of the things he was unsure about. Here you go. Li Lingtian's face lit up with satisfaction as he retrieved 10 medium spiritual stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. Thank you, young master. When Zai saw the young man taking out so many spirit stones, he was instantly extremely excited. 10 medium-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the first time she had seen such a reward. Generally speaking, it was 100 low-grade spirit stones. If young master doesn't have any other instructions, I will take my leave first. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not ask any more questions, Zai probed. He looked at Li Lingtian with a calm expression without any change in expression. Yes, Li Lingtian nodded and waved Zai away. Right, young master, if you need any other information, I can introduce them to you. As long as young master wants to know, they can answer you one by one. I guarantee that you will know what you want to know, but the prerequisite is that you have to pay a price. Zai bowed and turned to leave. However, he spoke to Li Lingtian at the door. Is there such a thing? Li Lingtian was taken aback. Wasn't this a tool that was specially used to gather information for others? Furthermore, one had to pay a hefty price to obtain such information. It seemed like this was quite interesting. Yes, I will take my leave. If young master needs information, just look at this. When Zai left, he saw a sparkling crystal in his hand. Li Lingtian was stunned. By the time he realized what was going on, Zai had already disappeared. How interesting. Li Lingtian smiled. He did not expect the divine martial continent to have an organization that sold information. It was obvious that this was an organization, and a very powerful one at that. If there really was such an organization, he would have to go and see if they really knew the information he wanted to know. After resting for a while, Li Lingtian left the tea house with Qing Ling and headed straight for the center of the plaza. East River Square was a gathering place for martial artists. Because the missions of East River City were all issued here, it was also the place where the news was the most widespread. Moreover, the reception area of East River City was also here. In other words, if one wanted to join East River City, they had to register here and accept missions. Only after completing the designated missions could they enter East River City. In a huge stone hall, there was a room that was specially used to welcome people who joined East River City. The rest of the place was used to handle daily affairs. Li Lingtian led Qing Ling into the room. There was no one else in the room except for a martial arts grandmaster expert who was specially assigned to receive them. Welcome, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? When Wu Yin saw Li Lingtian's arrival, he gave Li Lingtian a seat with a mechanical smile on his face. He had received countless martial artists, but it was really rare to see someone bring a maid here. What are the requirements to join East River City? Li Lingtian did not stand on ceremony. As a martial-honored warrior, he naturally had the dignity of a martial-honored warrior. Naturally, he would not stand on ceremony with a martial grandmaster. If he did, it would only arouse suspicion. Sir, are you going to join East River City? Welcome, sir. To join East River City, one needs to be at least a martial arts grandmaster. To join East River City, a martial arts grandmaster needs to pay 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's a task for martial arts grandmasters. A martial royal realm expert will need to pay 1,000,000 spiritual stones to join. It's a martial royal realm mission. A martial honored realm expert will need to pay 10 million spiritual stones to join the East River City. They will have to kill a level 6 sea beast in the Tianhe region within 5 days. After joining East River City, you have to abide by some basic rules of East River City. You also have to maintain the dignity of East River City and protect it. The members of East River City don't need to have any background, just their current identities. Wu Yin explained the conditions for joining the East River City with a smile on his face. Although he was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse, he could not tell Li Lingtian's cultivation base. As long as Li Lingtian did not circulate his cultivation technique, no one would be able to tell his true cultivation base. Even if he did circulate his cultivation technique, if he wanted to conceal it, no warrior below the same level would be able to tell his cultivation base.
I see.
I wonder what benefits there are after joining East River City? Li Lingtian nodded. He did not expect to need spiritual stones to join the East River City. This was the protection fee. Since he had joined, there would definitely be benefits. Otherwise, who would do such a thankless thing? Of course, every realm has its own treatment. Martial Grandmasters and Martial Emperors are responsible for patrolling. With the status of the East River City, no one dares to provoke them easily. Moreover, you can also accept some mysterious missions from East River City and some mysterious rewards. Martial Honors and Martial Emperors don't have to accept missions after they join. They only need to take action when East River City is in danger. With the identity of a guardian, they can naturally be above the patrol team. If a Martial Emperor joins, they can enter the Elders Institute directly. As for the benefits, you'll only know after you enter the Elders Institute. Wu Yin explained slowly without any impatience. After all, those who could join East River City were all martial arts grandmasters. He was only a martial arts grandmaster and could be considered the lowest member of East River City. All right, I'll join East River City. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. In any case, his identity could be changed once he joined East River City. At the very least, he could use this identity to settle some minor matters. Name, occupation, cultivation, attributes, age. When Wu Yin heard that Li Lingtian had agreed to join East River City, a genuine smile appeared on his face. This was because joining a powerhouse would increase the strength of East River City's forces. Li Lingtian, alchemist, Third Heaven Martial Honored Realm, Fire Element, 21 years old. Li Lingtian replied calmly. He did not hide anything as this was information that he would need in the future. Furthermore, it was public information. Alchemist. Third Level Supreme Realm, 0.21 years old. When Wu Yin heard Li Lingtian's simple information about him, he did not pay much attention at first. However, in the end, he realized that this was too perverted. Alchemist was the most popular profession in the divine martial continent. Moreover, this young man looked so young. He was actually at the third level of the martial honored realm. He was really only 21 years old. What kind of person was he? Becoming a third level supreme realm at the age of 21. What kind of concept was that? Generally speaking, a supreme realm expert was over 100 years old. To be able to become a supreme realm expert at 2 years old was definitely a heaven-defying monster. He did not expect this young man to become a supreme realm expert at the age of 21. He was really not simple. Is there a problem? Li Lingtian said coldly as he glared at Wu Yin.
No.
Don't worry, sir. The information of the members of East River City will not be leaked. May first know what is your alchemist realm? Wu Yin hurriedly replied. He also understood that he had been deceived. He also understood that the martial artist was worried that his identity information would be leaked. However, he was still curious. He wondered what realm this young man was at. Even if he was an alchemy grandmaster, it was already very impressive. After all, he was only 21 years old and had already spent his time on cultivation. Chapter 438. Great Elder. Level 7 Pill Saint. Li Lingtian replied indifferently without any change in expression as if he was talking about something that did not matter. But these short 5 words were like a thunderclap that struck Wu Yin. His brain short-circuited, and he was completely blinded by these words. Tier 7. Level 7 Saint Alchemist? Wu Yin smacked his lips, feeling his lips and tongue dry. He was completely not used to his current situation. He stammered out. His eyes were filled with confusion and doubt, but there was also shock. This was completely beyond his imagination. A 21-year-old revered martial artist and a 21-year-old level 7 divine alchemist. Even he had never heard of a saint alchemist. In the Tianhe region, there were a few powerful spirit alchemists. The most powerful ones were only 2 level 6 spirit alchemists, but he had never heard of a level 7 saint alchemist. Is there a problem? Li Lingtian took out his Holy Alchemist badge after he finished speaking. Initially, Apothecary Yunyuan did not have a badge. However, in order to win Li Lingtian over, she gave her badge to Li Lingtian at the last minute and changed the information inside. Li Lingtian did not reject the badge. He understood the power of the badge and could use it to get rid of unnecessary trouble. This badge was a symbol of status. Regardless of who it was, they would have to look at this badge to see if they had the ability to go against the Alchemist Guild when they provoked Li Lingtian. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. When Wu Yin saw the badge of a Saint Alchemist, his expression changed drastically. Although he didn't know the badge of a real Saint Alchemist, this badge was exactly the same as the badge of a Spirit Alchemist. It was just that the aura on it was different. Also, this badge was a defensive treasure with the defensive power of a supreme grade heaven artifact. The entire badge was made of magical ancient materials. Only the Immortal Realms Alchemist Guild had such ability. Even a martial emperor powerhouse had to show some respect to a saint alchemist. Moreover, this saint alchemist was only 21 years old. At such an age, he would definitely go further in alchemy and martial arts in the future. I don't want the information to leak out. Li Lingtian's entire body exuded the aura of a superior. Even a martial emperor powerhouse would not be able to match up to this aura because it was a kind of majesty, the majesty of a divine alchemist. Coupled with Li Lingtian's current identity, Wu Yin could see his presence as a godlike existence. This subordinate understands. Lord Alchemy Saint, I'm afraid you'll have to send your identity to the higher-ups. The higher-ups will definitely not leak this information. You can rest assured about this. This subordinate will inform the higher-ups to come and see the sacred pill master. As Wu Yin explained, he sized up Li Lingtian. He was worried that Li Lingtian would leave because of his identity being exposed. If that was the case, he would have to be punished. With that said, he led Li Lingtian to a passageway in the hall. After passing through a short-distance teleportation point, the trio arrived before a majestic hall. However, the palace was tightly shut and showed no signs of opening. Your subordinate Wu Yin has an urgent matter to report to the Great Elder. Outside the hall, Wu Yin cast a voice transmission talisman. The voice transmission talisman disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already entered the hall. Come in. A majestic voice was heard. The voice was ethereal and Li Lingtian was shocked. Although the voice was ethereal, he could sense the power of the owner of the voice. The owner who spoke was definitely a super martial emperor powerhouse. His cultivation was definitely stronger than anything he had ever encountered. Even the Divine Wind's current cultivation could not be so powerful. From the looks of it, he should be an 8th level martial emperor. The difference between an 8th level martial emperor and a 7th level martial emperor was like the difference between a martial honor and a martial emperor. After the Supreme Realm, the 8th or 9th heaven was completely different from the previous realms. There was no comparison. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint, please wait here for a moment. Wu Yin led Li Lingtian to a private room in the side hall before he left respectfully. He was probably going to meet the powerhouses in the main hall, but Li Lingtian did not mind at all. He was not a member of East River City yet, so he naturally could not hear the news inside. Young master, they must know your identity. If that's the case, will they harm us? Qjianji Ling asked Li Lingtian softly after Wu Yin left. She did not expect Li Lingtian to reveal his identity. Other information might not be known to anyone, but the identity of a holy alchemist was something that the other party could easily find out with a little investigation. It's fine. Only by doing so will I be valued. Li Lingtian shook his head. He had made this decision after careful consideration. Since he wanted to establish himself in this place, he had to establish himself in East River City. There were no other forces in the Tianhe district. The only thing they could do was to enter the core of the Tianhe district and use their own strength to erode the Tianhe district. Next, the two of them sipped their tea leisurely, as if they were playing. However, inside the hall, the entire hall was like a crystal world, and it was brightly lit inside. An old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged, his face expressionless. You know the rules. You can't come here unless it's important. You have to think about it yourself today. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and not as sharp as he had imagined. However, it was this pair of calm eyes that made Wu Yin's body tremble. Naturally, he knew what would happen if he did not come here for an important matter. However, when he thought about Li Lingtian, he felt a little more confident. Great Elder, I've received someone who wants to join East River City. This is the information of that person. Please take a look, First Elder. After Wu Yin finished speaking, he passed the jade slip that he had just recorded to the Great Elder. The jade slip glided through the air. The Great Elder stared at Wu Yin and reached out to catch the jade slip. He was also curious. This martial arts grandmaster's disciple was taking such a risk for a martial artist who wanted to join the East River City. Could this person be very powerful? Unless it was a martial emperor powerhouse, he would only care if a martial emperor powerhouse joined. As a martial emperor powerhouse joined, he could enter the Elder Council. However, the Elder Council was just an idle position. It was not a real elder in East River City unless he had made great contributions or had a powerful cultivation. Looking at the few lines of information on the jade slip, First Elder Jiang Feng was also shocked. If it was a revered martial artist, it would be fine. However, he did not expect that this revered martial artist was only 21 years old. What shocked him even more was the words, Alchemy Saint Master. He knew better than anyone else what the identity of a saint alchemist was. Only martial artists with stronger cultivation knew the importance of a saint alchemist. A martial emperor powerhouse's medicinal pill had to be refined by a level 6 spirit alchemist. This was barely possible. If he reached his level, the medicinal pills of a level 6 spirit alchemist would be useless. Unless it was some top-notch super medicinal pills, otherwise, for his realm, other medicinal pills really had no use. He did not expect a saint alchemist to appear here. Saint alchemists were only legends, and he had never seen one before. A more important problem was that most of the level 6 spirit alchemists had joined the Alchemist Guild. There was no need to mention level 7 saint alchemists. They were definitely famous figures in the Alchemist Guild. Where is this person? Jiang Feng was shocked for a moment. He quickly stood up and looked at Wu Yin with a sharp gaze. Great Elder, this person is currently in the side hall. Wu Yin spoke in a low voice. His body trembled continuously. Facing this pair of sharp eyes, his entire person seemed to have fallen into 100,000 feet deep ice abyss. You should know this person's identity. The Great Elder's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a strange power floated Wu Yin up. A divine sense swept over and entered Wu Yin's sea of consciousness, erasing all the information just now. Wu Yin had also fallen unconscious. All information about him after meeting Li Lingtian had been erased, and his memory during this period of time was completely blank. After finishing everything, Great Elder Jiang Feng sorted out his emotions and strolled towards the side hall. He was excited, but he didn't show it on his face. Li Lingtian and Qu Jianjiling were sipping tea in the hall with their eyes closed. They looked relaxed as if they were enjoying something good. Li Lingtian opened his eyes slightly when he heard the sound of soft footsteps. I wonder which alchemy saint has arrived. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. A faint voice rang out. When the voice fell, the restriction at the door had already been activated. An old man with white hair and beard walked in. I'm Jiang Feng, the Great Elder of East River City. May I know who you are, alchemy saint? Jiang Feng's expression changed when he saw Li Lingtian. Even though he knew from the jade slip that Li Lingtian was only 21 years old, he still found it hard to believe after seeing him with his own eyes. I'm Li Lingtian. Greetings, Great Elder. Li Lingtian stood up and greeted him with cupped fists. His expression was calm and neither humble nor respectful. He did not panic like a martial honor when he saw a martial emperor. As he greeted the elder, the badge in his hand lit up and flew towards the elder. He didn't care about the badge at all. To others, these were all extremely precious. However, to those who truly had strength, strength was the true symbol of status. This action instantly reduced the doubts in Jiang Feng's heart by a lot. Oh, it's you, Alchemy Saint Lingtian. I've heard of your name before. It's truly my honor to meet you today. Jiang Feng looked at the badge in his hand, and his heart could not help but beat. He had seen this badge before. Although it was something from 100 years ago, the badge was exactly the same as this when he met that alchemy saint. At that time, when he saw the badge, it looked exactly like this. Because that pill saint and the other pill masters were discussing the Tao at the same place, he couldn't see the back of the badge when he wore it. Now that he saw it, the words Ling Tian were carved out of jade. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to see it at all. Only martial arts grandmasters and above could see it clearly. Behind the badge, there were two words, Immortal Domain. What did Immortal Domain represent? It represented the Alchemist Guild. The badge was not faked at all. Even though he did not know much about Li Lingtian, someone like him would naturally have some information about a mysterious and powerful figure. He was the first alchemy saint of the Azure Continent. He became an alchemy saint at the age of 19 and was an important figure in the Alchemist Guild. It was a simple piece of information. Although it was not much, it represented the existence of an expert. He had never thought that this sacred alchemist would come to East River City and join it. After saying that, he returned the badge to Li Lingtian. However, his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Although he was at the peak of the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor realm, he did not dare to put on airs in front of a saint alchemist from the Alchemist Guild. At the very least, he needed pills refined by a saint alchemist. Chapter 439. The Powerful Elder Group. I've encountered some matters and don't know my identity, like others. Li Lingtian accepted the badge with a calm smile on his face. Just the smile and expression was enough to make Jiang Feng feel admiration. After all, a martial honor was still so calm in front of him. It was really not ordinary. If he didn't have powerful strength and methods, he definitely wouldn't be so calm. This calmness came from his identity as a saint alchemist and his cultivation in alchemy. A 21-year-old saint alchemist was enough to look down on the alchemy experts of the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian did not hide anything. As long as these powerhouses paid attention to his identity, they would be able to learn about his past. Instead of letting others investigate, it would be better for him to reveal it himself so that the other party would be more assured. I understand. Only I know your identity. I will go and arrange an identity for you. In the future, I will have to trouble you. Pill Saint Master, hee. Jiang Feng laughed out loud after he finished speaking. Li Lingtian naturally understood what was going on. It was nothing more than Jiang Feng helping him refine some pills in the future. I'll have to trouble First Elder with my matters. I don't have much ability in other matters, but I'm still somewhat confident in refining pills. This can be considered as a greeting gift from me. I hope First Elder won't mind. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and took out a bottle of dust-cleansing pills before flying it toward the Great Elder. A bottle of dust-cleansing pills was definitely a peerless pill for a martial emperor powerhouse. Moreover, his dust-cleansing pills were top-notch existences with 99% quality. Even if it was said that his power was equivalent to a 7th-grade medicinal pill, it would also make sense. He was the only one who could take out such a large sum of money. Even if others used spirit stones, they would not be able to take out such a pill. Shup. I'll remember your great gift, Pill Saint. In the future, As long as there's anything regarding East River City, I won't even bat an eyelid. Jiang Feng took the jade bottle and opened it curiously. He sniffed the medicinal fragrance and revealed a surprised expression. Although he did not know the name and grade of this pill, he knew that this pill was not simple just from the medicinal fragrance alone. It would definitely be of great help to his martial monarch realm cultivation. Then I'll have to trouble First Elder. Did I want to find a place suitable for refining pills? I wonder if Great Elder has any suggestions? Li Lingtian was not one to be trifled with. Since he had taken out the pill, he would naturally marry the troublesome one. Otherwise, the pill would be wasted. Don't worry, Saint Alchemist. As a Saint Alchemist, I'll discuss with the other elders and the city lord. We'll give you a satisfactory identity and cave abode. Li Lingtian did not doubt Jiang Feng's words. With his status, there was no reason for East River City to reject him. If he were to go to other places, they would surely suck up to him. If East River City didn't know this, they would be a bunch of idiots. All right, then this one will take his leave. If there is any news, this one will be in the Ling Lan Inn. After Li Lingtian cupped his fists, he left the side hall. At this moment, Wu Yin had also come out. However, his face was filled with confusion as if he had fallen asleep. Wu Yin, send Sir Lingtian off. Jiang Feng looked at Wu Yin as he spoke indifferently. After he turned around, he smiled at Li Lingtian. This subordinate will obey. Sir Lingtian, please. Wu Yin was a little puzzled, not knowing why he had fallen asleep in the main hall. With that said, he led Li Lingtian outside. After passing through the teleportation portal, they were outside again. Li Lingtian left East River Square in a carefree manner and headed to the inn with Qing Ling. Along the way, Li Lingtian bought many beautiful accessories and some delicious food. Back in the inn's courtyard, the girls were extremely happy. Li Lingtian was also cultivating in peace. He had basically taken care of these matters and was waiting for news. He believed that the higher-ups in East River City would take care of his matters. Otherwise, he would really have to leave East River City. After he left, Jiang Feng returned to the hall and hurriedly opened the jade bottle. This was a pill refined by a Saint Alchemist.
Sure.
The Tier 6 cleansing dust pill has almost reached the pinnacle level. It is indeed, as the rumors say. This is a top-notch Tier 6 cleansing dust pill. When Jiang Feng saw the medicinal pill inside the jade bottle, he carefully sized it up and instantly exhaled a breath of cold air. As a powerful martial emperor powerhouse, he was naturally knowledgeable and knew a lot about medicinal pills. When he saw this medicinal pill, he could not help but be shocked. Rank 6 medicinal pills were essential to martial monarch realm experts because they did not have any grade 7 medicinal pills to use. They could only use grade 6 medicinal pills. This Tier 6 dust cleansing pill was a top-notch medicinal pill among Tier 6 pills. Compared to other medicinal pills, such a medicinal pill was completely different. Even if it could not compare to a Tier 7 medicinal pill, it was not much different. What was even more unexpected was that this dust cleansing pill was actually of top quality, only 1/100th away from peerless grade. This kind of quality and rank, even an ordinary 7th grade medicinal pill also did not have this kind of power. Level 7 pills were extremely rare and priceless. He did not expect Li Lingtian to hand over a bottle of them. If nothing went wrong with this bottle of pills, it could elevate its realm to perfection or even breakthrough. No matter what, it was always like this. Moreover, the other party was a very powerful existence. Not to mention his cultivation, just his alchemy skills and the other party's background were not something that could be easily provoked. Jiang Feng put away the medicinal pills and finally gathered the other 9 elders together. There was also the city lord and vice city lord. A total of 12 experts were gathered together in the main hall. The lowest cultivation among them was at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Such a combination was definitely rare. There were 7 7th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm experts and 5 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm experts. This was the most powerful force in East River City. Great Elder, what made you so happy? 10th Elder Mu Tian asked curiously when he saw that Great Elder Jiang Feng's expression was not bad. This was because in their eyes, he was basically a serious person who rarely revealed his emotions. The other elders and the 2 city lords looked at Jiang Feng as well. The city lord was also an 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert. He sat on the main seat while the vice city lord sat opposite Jiang Feng. Their identities and statuses were the same. I saw someone today. Jiang Feng's expression calmed down and became serious. The other experts were even more curious. What was so strange about meeting a person? There were countless martial artists in East River City. What was a person? However, no expert thought that it was so simple. Something that could interest the first elder was definitely not so simple. Who did you meet? City Lord Dong Haiyu asked. East River wasn't a surname, but as the city lord of East River City, no one remembered his original surname. Over time, East River had also become the surname of the city lord's family. It was the same for the other 3 cities, East River, West River, South River, and North River. You should remember Li Lingtian, right? Jiang Feng said seriously as he looked at the other elders and the 2 city lords. He definitely believed in these elders and the 2 city lords. Li Lingtian, I think I've heard of it somewhere. Yeah, I can't remember at the moment, but this person is definitely not simple. I remember now. Could it be that Li Lingtian, who became a saint alchemist at the age of 19? Divine alchemist Li Lingti. Sir Lingtia, could it really be him? I think he left the Azure continent some time ago. That's right. He wiped out the House of Storms and left the Azure continent. I didn't expect the Great Elder to see it. For a moment, the elders and the 2 city lords were extremely surprised. With their cultivation realm, they did not even care about an ordinary martial artist. However, this martial artist was a magical saint alchemist. A person that they had to take seriously, a 19-year-old who had become a saint alchemist. There was also the shadow of the alchemist guild behind him. Even martial emperor powerhouses like them did not dare to provoke such a person easily. Moreover, they had to think of a way to get the other party to refine some medicinal pills. A level 7 saint alchemist was not something a level 6 spirit alchemist could compare to. The difference between the 2 was like heaven and earth. That's right, it's him. When Jiang Feng saw the shock of the other elders and the 2 city lords, he felt much more balanced in his heart. After all, he had been shocked before. Where is this person? Dong He looked at the great elders seriously with anticipation. In the past, they would travel hundreds of millions of miles to the Black Continent to find a saint alchemist to refine a level 7 pill. Even if they were 7th or 8th Heaven Martial Emperors, those saint alchemists would not pay attention to them at all. Now that they had received news of Li Lingtian, they would not let him go so easily. Otherwise, they would have to go to Xianzhou to refine the pills. Moreover, if he went to the Black Continent, he would be able to easily refine level 7 pills. I gathered all of you here today for this matter. Sir Lingtian wants to join Eastern River City today, but he doesn't want others to know his identity. What do you think? Jiang Feng conveyed Li Lingtian's intentions before he took out the jade bottle. Although the pills were precious, it was still possible to get Li Lingtian's help in refining some pills as long as he was here. Moreover, if he did not take out the medicinal pill, these people might not believe it. As long as he offered Li Lingtian a good deal, it would be equivalent to buying Li Lingtian a favor. In the future, he would not let go of such a matter if they were to get closer. He wants to join East River City. Are you kidding me? First Elder is not joking, right? Based on his status, he can easily summon the wind and rain in the Azure Continent, the Mystic Continent, and even the Divine Continent. Moreover, he has the backing of the Immortal Realm. The few elders and the 2 city lords all had looks of disbelief, thinking that the First Elder was joking. However, such a joke was not funny at all. With Li Lingtian's status, he would never stay here, let alone join East River City. Chapter 440. To Heaven's Small World. How can I joke about this? This is his medicinal pill.
You'll know when you see it.
First, Elder Jiangfeng took out some pills, and 11 pills shot towards the 9 elders and the 2 city lords. A medicinal fragrance filled the air. This kind of medicinal fragrance made one's spirit rise. The few elders and the city lord no longer had that relaxed expression. Instead, they became serious. They grabbed the medicinal pills that flew over in the air and carefully sized them up. As time passed, the expressions of the 9 elders and the 2 city lords slowly changed. Tier 6 dust cleansing pill, a top-notch cleansing dust pill. It really is the pill he refined. That's right. Only he can refine such a pill. I didn't expect this sacred alchemist to really be in East River City. Looking at the pills in their hands, everyone's expression changed continuously. They had seen many pills, but they had never seen a top-notch pill. Moreover, it was a top-notch 6th-grade cleansing dust pill. That was also the first time he had seen it. Although this was the first time they had seen such a medicinal pill, they had also heard of the rumors. Only that mysterious person could refine such a medicinal pill. That's right. He encountered some problems and doesn't want others to know his identity. Jiangfeng gave each of them another 4 pills before putting them away like treasures. Being able to take out so many pills to give to the other elders was already a last resort. If it was any other time, he would definitely not take out this medicinal pill. I see, Dong Hiu said seriously. His face revealed an expression of understanding as he kept calculating in his heart. The other elders also began to consider. It was indeed a good thing for this sacred alchemist to stay in East River City, but the main thing was what conditions he had to use to stay. In terms of cultivation and strength, they did not take a Supreme Realm expert seriously at all. However, this Supreme Realm expert with a low cultivation was a sacred alchemy master. This was what they valued. Does he have any requests? Vice City Lord Dong Heling looked at the Grand Elder and asked seriously. This was what they were concerned about. No matter what benefits he would gain in the future, he had to make Li Lingtian stay. After all, he was a holy alchemist and was respected wherever he went. No matter where it was, everyone would be eager for this alchemy saint to stay. The existence of this alchemy saint would definitely bring endless popularity to the local area and bring endless good news to the super experts there. Not every powerhouse was a holy alchemist. Therefore, they were more concerned about what Li Lingtian wanted. He only said that he would find a place suitable for pill refinement. He didn't say anything about his identity. Great Elder Jiangfeng repeated Li Lingtian's exact words, leaving the elders and city lord feeling helpless. The conditions seemed simple, but it was not so simple in front of Li Lingtian. After all, he was a holy alchemist. If he did not handle the condition well, he might not be able to stay. The Tianhe district was so big that there were 3 big cities. Besides the Tianhe district, such a person could go to other places. The only reason this person came here was to see the resources and environment here. By the way, in the Tianhe region, there's a place called the Two Heavens. Although the mountain is not big, it's still 200 miles wide. There are extreme ice and fire spirit veins there. Although the ice spirit vein is useless, the spiritual qi there is extremely dense, which is suitable for alchemy. Moreover, that place happens to be in the territory of our East River City. It's only 100 miles away from East River City. I believe that place will please him. The 7th elder Tang Yuzong suddenly thought of something and quickly said it. The other elders also listened carefully. When they heard this, they suddenly felt relieved. In terms of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in that place was definitely the best in the territory of East River City. However, very few people went there to cultivate. That was because there were only ice and fire element experts who cultivated there, and they did not cultivate for a long time. They could only cultivate half the time every day because the ice spiritual meridians and fire spiritual meridians would alternate there. Even if they were at the martial supreme realm, they would not dare to stay in such a strange place to cultivate. However, with his cultivation base, he can only be on the side of the fire spiritual vein. He can't really enter the mountain range unless he uses a magical formation. Dong Hu pondered for a moment, and then began to ponder. The hall fell silent as they considered which other place would be more suitable for Li Lingtian. Although there were many top-notch cave abodes in East River City, they were not suitable for alchemy. Let's tell him about this place and see his reaction. Maybe he really likes this place. A faint smile appeared on East River Mausoleum's face. He had considered all the other aspects, but there was nothing that he was satisfied with. The cultivation resources in East River City were definitely a paradise. However, Li Lingtian's position in their hearts was too important to them, causing them to sink into a state of depression. All right, let the Great Elder handle this matter. As for his identity, I believe that such a person wouldn't care. An honorary elder is enough. It would be inappropriate for you to get an elder. Dong Hu finally decided that as a city lord, not only strength, but also extraordinary wisdom and courage. Only then would he be a true superior. After the matter was discussed, the eyes of the few elders fell on Jiang Feng. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Feng subconsciously covered his storage pouch. He naturally understood that these guys were after his pills. You should understand. Are you going to use the pill alone? Yeah, giving us 5 isn't enough. We've known each other for a few hundred years. Is 5 reasonable to take out another one? The few elders no longer looked like super experts. They actually came to split the spoils and looked at Jiang Feng fiercely. Don't give me that. If you want the medicinal pills, think of a way yourself. You can either stay here, or I'll go out and do something. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, his body instantly disappeared. There was no longer any trace of Jiang Feng's aura in the hall. He had already left the hall. The other elders and the 2 city lords could only leave the hall resentfully. However, they thought about how there was a saint alchemist in East River City. They would not lack medicinal pills in the future. Li Lingtian and the rest were cultivating in the inn without any burden. The Tianhe region was just a foothold. It was a starting point for him to improve his cultivation and strength. At that time, he would think of a way to erode the strength here. The next day, Li Lingtian received the news which left him extremely satisfied. Although the person who sent the news was not the Great Elder, it was still a very important disciple of the Great Elder. I am Jiang Yun. Greetings, Sir Lingtian. The Great Elder has sent me here to invite Sir Lingtian to take a look at a place. I wonder if Sir Lingtian is willing to do so? Jiang Yun greeted Li Lingtian respectfully when he arrived at the inn. He was also at the martial royal realm, which was 1 realm lower than Li Lingtian. Moreover, this matter was personally instructed by the Great Elder. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and treated it with 120% attention. Although the person in front of him was only a young man, he did not have the slightest contempt. Yes, lead the way. Li Lingtian nodded without saying anything. Since it was the place that the Great Elder found, it shouldn't be too bad. Jiang Yun led the way. After leaving the inn, he got Li Lingtian into a beast carriage. The beast-drawn carriage sped toward the depths of East River City. In the end, it passed through East River City and left it. Li Lingtian closed his eyes and meditated. Even though he did not look, he knew that they were out of the city. He had no intention of saying anything and decided to observe first. Generally speaking, the best places would not be in the city. The places suitable for cultivation were the mountain ranges and peaks because the spiritual energy was much denser than in the city. The beast carriage ran for about an hour before it came to a stop with a creek. Li Lingtian was slightly surprised. Although he was still in the beast carriage, He could feel the cold air and a scorching aura. The fact that two different auras appeared in the same place was the most surprising thing. After alighting from the beast carriage, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak appeared before Li Lingtian. It was not big, but it was extremely dangerous. Moreover, what made him curious was that although there was only one mountain peak, this mountain peak was like two worlds. One side was a world of ice sculptures, and the other side was as hot as flames. Sir Lingtian, this mountain is called the Dual Heavens Small World. On one side is the Ice Spirit Vein, and on the other side is the Fire Spirit Vein. However, the Ice Spiritual Meridian and the Fire Spiritual Meridian will alternate at dawn every night. Therefore, not many people dare to come here to cultivate. When Jiang Yun saw Li Lingtian's surprise, he began to accept it from the side.
He was also afraid of this mountain peak.
If a fire-type martial artist cultivated here, their speed would naturally be extremely fast. However, they were worried that they would accidentally encounter the exchange of ice and fire, and they would be finished. Two Heavens Small World. Not bad. This place is really a Two Heavens Small World. Experts with ice martial souls and fire martial souls can cultivate here and improve their cultivation quickly. However, if they are not careful, the ice and fire elements will alternate. At that time, regardless of whether they are ice or fire, they will be destroyed here. Li Lingtian nodded. He was extremely pleased with the mountain peak. Although he did not show it on his face, he was overjoyed. It was just right for him to cultivate. Others might not have any solutions, but he had a solution. He just needed to build a few large arrays here. When the time came, he would use the spirit gathering array, and the spiritual chi of the 5 elements would naturally be balanced. With such dense spiritual energy, cultivating would be twice the result with half the effort, and refining pills would not be a problem. Chapter 441, Shangri-La I. Li Lingtian nodded. He was very satisfied with this Dual Heavens Small World. He did not expect the higher-ups of East River City to give up such a place. However, he thought about it and realized that they must have something to ask of him as a saint alchemist. Otherwise, they would not care about a martial honor. Thinking of this, he felt at ease. Sir Lingtian, what do you think of this place? Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction when he saw Li Lingtian. He could tell that Li Lingtian was satisfied with this place. Not bad. This is the place. Li Lingtian nodded again. If this place was not suitable, he could not think of any other suitable place for cultivation. Moreover, he was only cultivating here. It could only be said to be temporary. Since Sir Lingtian likes it, then this is for the best. Grand Elder and City Governor have already said that if Sir Lingtian likes this place, we'll put the area within 500 kilometers of this place under Sir Lingtian's name. When Jiang Yun thought of the Great Elder's instructions, he was also surprised because he knew that this young man was the legendary sacred alchemist and the honorary elder of East River City. The main thing was that he did not know if the sacred alchemist would accept this honorary elder. If it were any other powerhouse with such an identity, they would have long been excited. However, he really did not have the slightest confidence in an existence like a saint alchemist. A saint alchemist like this did not care about fame and fortune at all, nor did he care about the identity of an honorary elder in a large city. Then thank the Great Elder and City Lord on behalf of me, Li Lingtian said calmly, without any change in expression. Jiang Yun's admiration for Li Lingtian grew even more. He was not moved at all even after obtaining such a magical territory. But thinking about it, if he was also a saint alchemist, he would naturally not be moved by a place. Oh right, Sir Lingtian, this was decided by the Grand Elder and the City Governor. This way, it'll be easier for Sir Lingtian to do some things and not be obstructed by some blind martial artists. Jiang Yun took out a token and looked at it with a burning expression, as if he had seen a precious treasure. He then handed the token to Li Lingtian, feeling a little uneasy. If Li Lingtian did not accept it, he would not be able to explain himself. However, the thing he was worried about did not happen. Without even looking at it, Li Lingtian took the token and put it into his storage pouch. In Zhongyun's eyes, this action further highlighted Li Lingtian's identity and status. "You can go back. I'll take a look at this place alone." Li Lingtian took the token and waved his hand to signal Zhongyun to leave. "Then I'll take my leave first. If Sir Lingtian has any instructions, just let me know." Zhongyun did not dare to stay any longer when he saw Li Lingtian's gesture. He quickly cupped his fists and left. Since Li Lingtian had already received the token, it meant that he had accepted the identity of an honorary elder. Naturally, he had to change the way he addressed her to avoid being seen as impolite. Soon, Zhongyun's body flashed as he left the Two Heavens small world, leaving the beast carriage behind. In a flash, Li Lingtian arrived at the top of the mountain. A thick stream of fire-type spirit chi from the Earth's core was emitted from the mountain peak. The spirit chi floated on the mountain peak, but did not leave it. On the other side, it was another world, a world of ice sculptures. There was an endless amount of ice-type spiritual energy, which was not weaker than fire-type spiritual energy at all. However, the fact that the two types of spirit chi were together without any conflict surprised Li Lingtian. If it were him, he would have already cultivated the fusion of ice and fire and achieved the ice/fire/9 heavens. However, there was no cultivation in this place. It was naturally formed and did not conflict with each other. This surprised him. However, thinking about it, in this world, ice and fire were indeed incompatible. However, when they reached an extreme, ice and fire could be compatible. He could cultivate the ice/fire/9 heavens and fuse ice and fire. This mountain peak must have some kind of magical existence that could fuse ice and fire. This was the magical part of this world. The mountain peak was 200 miles in size and 1,000 meters tall. It was extremely dangerous, but it was indeed a paradise for cultivation. There were many magical caves and pools of different sizes. Some of the pools were emitting hot steam, while others were emitting cold air. The entire mountain peak was magical. After strolling around for 2 hours, Li Lingtian had a rough look at the mountain peak. It was suitable for martial artists to live in and cultivate. Moreover, it was a good place for cultivation. However, the prerequisite was that he had to solve the problem of the exchange of ice and fire. This was extremely simple for him. After that, the divine array diagram was displayed. His body flashed rapidly as he displayed the heaven-locking array. Countless arrays of various sizes appeared on the mountain peak. A day passed, and Li Lingtian only stopped practicing when the sky was slowly darkening. He was extremely tired, but his face revealed a happy expression. A 9 palaces 8 trigrams offensive and defensive array was set up, and hundreds of large and small arrays appeared. There were also 3 national ceiling arrays and a heaven ceiling array. The current array was many times more powerful than the one used in Sky Cloud Sect a few years ago. In the past, the array formation was built to resist martial emperors and martial supremes. Now that his cultivation had reached martial supremes, the array formation he was using now was built to resist martial emperors and even martial saints. The problem of the interchanging of ice and fire was also solved. A magical ice and fire array was built on the mountain peak. All the ice and fire spiritual chi would be interchanged at the array. At this time, Li Lingtian could use the 2 ultimate attributes to cultivate. The general array formation was like this. If he wanted to perfect it, he would have to wait until he moved in and slowly build it. This place had to be made into the safest cave abode. Not to mention martial saints, at the very least, martial emperors would not be able to pose any threat to this mountain. After he was done, Li Lingtian left the dual firmament small world and returned to the beast carriage. The warrior driving the beast carriage was still waiting respectfully. When they saw Li Lingtian return, they bowed respectfully. After Li Lingtian entered the beast carriage, they escorted him into the city. After entering the city plaza, Li Lingtian left the beast carriage and headed back alone. Along the way, he bought some delicious snacks at the place where he sold things yesterday. He doted on the girls beside him. Soon, he returned to the inn's courtyard with some snacks. Big brother, you're back. Ji was overjoyed to see Li Lingtian return. She stepped forward and held Li Lingtian's arm as she sized him up. Little girl, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize him? Li Lingtian reached out and pinched Ji-Yi's round nose as a happy smile appeared on his face. This Ji-Yi was his happy apple. I'm looking at what you brought back for Ji-Yi. Ji-Yi shook Li Lingtian's arm coquettishly as she spoke in a sweet voice that was like the sound of nature. So it's the little girl who's greedy. Go, call your sister Qingyue and the others out. Li Lingtian smiled as he tapped Ji-Yi's forehead with his finger. Without waiting for him to say more, Ji-Yi quickly let go of his small hand and skipped to the other rooms. Soon, Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyuyan, and the rest came out. They were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian. Here, I bought these for you yesterday. I bought some more today. Li Lingtian took out some snacks and desserts. The girls quickly gathered around and happily picked out their favorite snacks and desserts. Generally speaking, after a martial artist reached the martial arts grandmaster level, it would not affect him even if he did not eat for 10 days to half a month. However, humans were still humans. They were born to eat. In front of Li Lingtian, the girls did not put on any pretense and acted as they were. Li Lingtian was elated to see the girls so happy. Big brother Lingtian, what did you go out for today? Tang Ziming snuggled up to Li Lingtian. Even though the two of them did not go that far, they did not feel anything for each other. As she was Li Lingtian's fiancée, she and Li Lingtian were extremely close. They were only one step away from each other. Li Lingtian had said that he would make her his woman after he settled down. I want to take a look at the cave abode today. That place is really not bad. In terms of the density of spiritual energy, it's not inferior to any other place in Qidong River City. It's just right for cultivation. There's nothing better than cultivating and refining pills there. Li Lingtian told him about the Two Heavens small world. The place really matched its name. The two heavens were two worlds, but the place was a small world. There's such a place. The people of East River City really value your identity. Huang Fuyuyan was also extremely happy. She had a lot of experience and naturally understood that the East River City was trying to retain a sacred alchemist, not a martial honor. Moreover, Li Lingtian had the Alchemist Guild behind him. Even if they did not respect Li Lingtian, they would still have to respect the Alchemist Guild. Then when are we going over? It's not comfortable to stay in an inn. There's no freedom at all. Ji-Yi pouted her rosy lips as she munched on her snacks while asking Li Lingtian. Indeed, for an active little girl like her, living in an inn was indeed a little restricted. Little girl, if you don't have freedom, we'll move there tomorrow. After settling down, we can cultivate in peace. It's naturally much better to have our own cave abode than an inn. Li Lingtian glared at Ji-Yi with a pained expression on his face. Ji-Yi was a precious gem in his heart. That's great. The girls were all happy. Indeed, no matter when or where, it was best to have a cave abode of their own. It was the same in their previous life and this life. However, he had to prepare some things to go to the Two Heavens small world. That place was just a mountain peak with nothing. Some daily necessities had to be prepared, but these were trivial matters. While the girls were happily enjoying their snacks and desserts, Li Lingtian fell into deep thought. Chapter 442. The Hidden Expert 1. After he moved into the second heaven small world, he would definitely attract attention. Although he was the honorary elder of East River City, he would still have to rely on himself if anything really happened. Tomorrow, he would tidy up the two heavens small world and bring his people to live in it. Then, he would use his own strength to gather popularity and establish his own strength. Although it was still too early, he had to calculate it slowly. The girls lowered their voices when they saw Li Lingtian deep in thought. They were worried that they would disturb Li Lingtian's thoughts. After a long time, it was late at night, and the other girls had gone back to sleep. Li Lingtian stood up and shook his head, putting everything aside. There was no need to worry too much about things that had not been resolved. Things could not be resolved. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian's mood had also calmed down. He glanced at Huang Fuyuyan's room and walked over. In a quiet courtyard in the western part of East River City, the entire courtyard was filled with restrictions and array formations. Moreover, there were very few people who came to this place. It was almost impossible to see anyone entering and leaving this courtyard. In the middle of the night, a woman around the age of 20 flashed in. Her figure was as agile as a civet cat. Elder, we've found out the man's identity. He's Green Island's Li Lingtian. Here's his information. Please take a look. The woman's face was calm, her eyes were clear, and she gave off an experienced feeling. If Li Lingtian saw this woman, he would be able to tell at a glance that she was the woman whom he had inquired about previously. However, he did not expect that someone would be able to find out everything about him. Li Lingtian, I think I've heard someone mention this person before. Right? We have enough information on him. Although I can't remember who mentioned this name, we must not touch this person to avoid trouble. Our crystal pavilion hasn't fully established itself in the Tianhe zone yet, so we must be very careful. The person who was addressed as an elder was also a woman in black. She had a calm expression on her face. Even if she blended into the streets, she would be the kind that would be forgotten at a glance. However, her body was emitting a powerful aura. She had actually reached the Martial Emperor realm. For a woman to reach the Martial Emperor realm was really not something that ordinary people could do. Disciple understands. May I know what instructions Elder has? There's nothing else. You can leave. This disciple will take his leave. The woman flashed and disappeared into the night sky like a ghost. The courtyard was also extremely quiet. Not a single aura could be detected. The woman in black closed her eyes and pondered. Suddenly, the woman in black opened her eyes and revealed a sharp light. This light was not something that an ordinary woman could produce. So it's him. I think the pavilion master mentioned Li Lingtian last time. We should keep an eye on this person. I wonder if the pavilion master is friend or foe of this person. The woman in black muttered to herself. She recalled that a year ago, a new pavilion master had appeared in the crystal pavilion. She was young and beautiful as a goddess from the 9 heavens. Even she was shocked to see the pavilion master. Furthermore, the pavilion master had asked her to keep an eye on Li Lingtian. He had never forgotten about this matter. It was just that he had too many things to do and could not remember it at the moment. It was night, and the courtyard was silent again. By the time Li Lingtian woke up, it was already morning. Tang Qingwei and the rest were already awake. However, they knew that Li Lingtian was in Huang Fuyuyan's room. They no longer laughed at Huang Fuyuyan because everything was normal. Although they hadn't had a wedding yet, they were already husband and wife. After Li Lingtian and Huang Fuyuyan woke up, they washed up and brought Tang Qingwei and the others to board a beast carriage. They then sped toward the two heavens small world. After the two of them disappeared, the beast carriage stopped below the two heavens small world. After the girls came out, they looked at the beautiful mountain peak and were extremely excited. The mountain peak was extremely dangerous, but the scenery was beautiful. More importantly, The spiritual qi in this place was rich. On one side was fire spiritual qi, and on the other side was ice spiritual qi. In the middle of this mountain peak, there were 5 elements of spiritual energy.
This was also the power of the array.
Li Lingtian's array formations were all concealed. As long as he was not attacked, these array formations would not appear. This place is the Two Heavens small world. It's really beautiful. When Ji saw this mountain peak, she was instantly happy. She was an elf princess and naturally liked natural beauty. This two-layered heaven small world was formed naturally by heaven and earth. Yes, we will cultivate here in the future. Li Lingtian nodded and Ji walked inside. Tang Qingyue smiled faintly when she saw Li Lingtian and Ji Yi's expressions. Soon after, the group followed them into the mountain peak. Only after entering did he know how dense the spiritual energy inside was. The spirit qi outside was confined by the array formation and would not drift out. Even in the past, Li Lingtian would only circulate the spirit qi naturally and would not allow it to leak out. Upon entering the mountain peak, Li Lingtian activated all the restriction spells. It would not be easy for the powerhouses outside to enter. The few of them came to the top of the mountain and found a huge natural cave. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 caves of different sizes near this cave. This way, they could live here and cultivate. Moreover, the environment here was also the best. There were countless pools. After Li Lingtian and the others entered the cave, Ji naturally had to stay at the side. As for what was happening in the cave, Li Lingtian could not care less. Because there were a few girls here, he was almost redundant. Moreover, girls cared the most about cleaning their rooms. After making arrangements for Tang Qingyue and the others, he left the cave and wandered aimlessly around the mountain peak. The ice and fire spirit veins here were definitely created for him. With such a good place, he naturally wouldn't waste his cultivation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Lingtian headed for the deepest part of the mountain peak. This place was also where the ice spirit vein and fire spirit vein alternated. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Although he had been here yesterday, he did not take a closer look. Li Lingtian was looking at a huge cave in front of him. On one side of the cave was a world of ice sculptures, but the other side was a fiery hell. Li Lingtian was extremely curious when he saw the cave. When he came here yesterday, the cave was still peaceful and there was nothing unusual. He did not expect it to turn out like this today. Just as he approached the cave, he stopped in his tracks and revealed a surprised expression. In the cave, there was actually an aura. This aura was clearly the aura of an expert. Moreover, he was using this ice and fire spirit vein to cultivate. He was naturally shocked to encounter such a thing. This place was already his territory. He did not discover the existence of this expert yesterday. He did not expect to discover it now. An outsider expert had actually appeared in the place where he lived. How could he cultivate in peace? He had discovered it before he had truly settled down. This could be considered a great fortune among misfortune. If such an expert had quietly barged in while he was cultivating, he would not have died, even if he had 10 lives. Noticing this situation, he blocked his aura and retracted his divine sense. He carefully stared at the cave and paid attention to any movements in the cave. Following that, the cave was filled with a series of energy fluctuations. Based on his cultivation experience, this expert had already reached the critical period of his breakthrough. Naturally, he could not let go of such a thing. With a flash, he quietly entered the cave. However, Li Lingtian's heart trembled at what he saw. Chapter 443, Meeting the Ice and Fire Ancestor Again. His body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already deep in the center of the cave. Li Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. Forefather Ice Fire. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise when he saw the powerhouse before him. His expression changed as his aura burst forth. He didn't expect that the ice-fire ancestor, who was killed and reborn in Spirit Rhyme City, would be here and in his own territory. Wasn't this courting death? However, the ice-fire ancestor in front of him had already reached the fourth heaven of the martial emperor realm. In just 2 years, he had actually shaped his body, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the fourth heaven. It seemed that he was about to break through to the fifth heaven. Forefather Ice-Fire also sensed someone coming in, and his face was filled with anxiety. He had been in this place for more than a year, and everything had been fine. However, in the past 2 days, someone had actually cast a restriction on this place. Although he knew that, he was reluctant to leave. The main reason was that his cultivation had reached the most critical moment. In 2 days, he would be able to successfully reach the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm. At that time, his strength would skyrocket. He would not be afraid even if he faced an expert at the 6th or 7th level. She did not expect someone to come in at this time. When she opened her eyes and saw Li Lingtian, her face was filled with fear. Last time, he had been beaten into nothingness. If it weren't for his ice and fire martial souls, he wouldn't have been able to be reborn. He had found the secret to breaking through to the martial god realm. However, he had met his archenemy at this time. Junior, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's true that you didn't take the path to heaven, but barged into hell. The ice-fire ancestor's aura exploded. Coupled with his own breakthrough, his shocking cultivation base mobilized destructive flames and strange ice chi, instantly forming a powerful aura. His shocking aura seemed to be crushing Li Lingtian as he glared at Li Lingtian coldly. Haha, you're courting death. You should be saying this to yourself. Are you trying to scare me by trying to break through to the next realm? If you were to scare someone else, you might have a chance. However, you're showing off in front of an expert.
How can you?
Li Lingtian laughed out loud with an arrogant expression on his face. This ice-fire ancestor was really funny. At this time, he still wanted to use this kind of momentum to scare him away. It was simply a joke. Although Li Lingtian's cultivation was not as high as his, he had seen a lot of things. He definitely had his own unique understanding of cultivation. Furthermore, the cultivation methods he cultivated were all from the canon. The martial emperor before him was a nobody in terms of cultivation. Besides, he cultivated the ice and fire martial spirits and had the 5 elements at the peak. These elements balanced the world. If an ice and fire ancestor wanted to play tricks in front of him, he would be courting death. Then let's try. The ice-fire ancestor said that he was powerful, but he had no intention of attacking. Instead, he was using his cultivation technique to quickly break through to the next realm. Although his expression was calm, he was complaining in his heart. The supreme realm expert in front of him was indeed not simple. Be it cultivation, strength, or knowledge, he was not something that ordinary experts could compare to. It was completely impossible to scare this young, revered martial artist. He could not think of any way at the moment. What made him afraid was that even if he became a 5th-level supreme realm expert, he would not be a match for this young man. After all, this young man had an 8th-tier demonic beast. An 8th-tier demonic beast could completely crush all the martial emperor powerhouses. This time they were really unlucky. They did not expect the two of them to meet in this place. This was also his luck. It was not easy to find such a cultivation environment, but he was actually bumped into by the opponent he was most afraid of. Then let's give it a try at Big Dragon. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as a faint smile appeared on his lips. He quickly connected his divine consciousness with Longda, who was outside. In an instant, he was connected to Longda, and he was rushing over. With a loud shout, Longda's figure had already arrived beside Li Lingtian. His entire body was bursting with a shocking dragon energy. The powerful shape-shifting demonic beast of the 7th rank and 5th rank held a mighty and domineering dragon roar halberd in its hand, emitting a destructive power. 7th rank, 5th rank transformed demonic beast. The Ice Fire Ancestor was shocked. Not only did this young man have an 8th order beast, but he also had a 7th order 5th level beast. However, this level 7, level 5 demonic beast, coupled with the powerful weapon in its hand and the terrifying dragon energy, even if he reached the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm, he would not be a match for this transformed demonic beast. Moreover, he had not reached the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm yet. What made him even more speechless was that he was at the juncture of a breakthrough in his realm. He was neither too strong nor too weak. His current strength was also at its weakest. Even a 2nd Heaven Martial Emperor expert could kill him, let alone a level 7, level 5 demonic beast. Moreover, if one reached the 5th Heaven Martial Emperor realm, it was impossible for their realm to stabilize instantly. Instead, they would be beaten until their realm fell, or even die here.
What? Do it!
Li Lingtian unleashed all of his cultivation and cast several incantations in his hands. Battle formations appeared behind him and sealed the cave completely. Even if the Ice Fire Patriarch wanted to escape, there was no way out. He still had many questions that he hadn't solved when he let the Ice Fire Ancestor escape last time. If he let him escape again this time, he would be too weak. Not even Forefather Ice Fire would be able to escape so easily. Looks like you have to fight me to the death today, Ice Fire Pearl. The Forefather's expression changed several times, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. At this time, it was impossible for the other party to let him go. Moreover, no matter how he changed his current situation, it was impossible for anything good to happen. If he tried to break through by force, he would be killed even if he broke through. The only way now was to save his life. He circulated all the true essence in his body and displayed the true essence he had broken through. Immediately, the entire cave erupted with a shocking aura. A pearl of ice and fire appeared in front of him. The fist-sized pearl emitted a dense and violent aura. The appearance of this aura immediately caused the Ice and Fire Ancestor's aura to exceed the 5th heaven. Ice Fire Pearl, not bad. Li Lingtian also activated the 3rd heaven of Ice, Fire, 9 heavens, and activated the true dragon body barrier to the maximum. He had miscalculated. He did not expect that when a cultivator suddenly stopped breaking through, the true essence in his body would also be at its strongest. Whether the breakthrough failed or succeeded, there was at least one time when the true essence was at its strongest. Only after this period would the power of true essence fall to a low point. Now that the Ice Fire Ancestor had added the Ice Fire Pearl, the power had already exceeded his imagination. It seemed that the Ice Fire Ancestor was already furious and wanted to kill him before breaking through.
Boom!
The Ice Fire Patriarch did not pull any tricks as he threw a punch at Li Lingtian. It was so fast that the space in the cave shattered. Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless at all. A beam of light shot out, and 2 destructive ice and fire attacks collided. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as his body was thrown into the air. He was shocked to the core as he did not expect that the 3rd heaven of the 9 heavens of ice/fire could be so vulnerable. Then he realized that the other party's current cultivation had already surpassed the 5th heaven Martial Emperor realm. He was also using ice and fire attacks. He had no advantage at all, so he was naturally defeated by the other party with a single punch. In the past, he had relied on the power of the Ice, Fire, 9 heavens, but now his opponent's ice and fire attacks were not much different from the Ice, Fire, 9 heavens. Moreover, he had the support of the Ice Fire Pearl. Roar, boom, boom, roar. Longda roared. His body flashed as he unleashed the Dragon Roar battle halberd in his hand. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The entire cave trembled as the two of them fought. Li Lingtian adjusted some of his true essence. Fortunately, his injuries were not serious, and he was only shaken mentally. The cave was too small, and he did not want to destroy the place. The thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder appeared, and his body disappeared mysteriously. When he reappeared, he was already above the Ice-Fire Patriarch. However, even though there were no spatial fluctuations, the Ice-Fire Patriarch knew that he was Li Lingtian's target. He easily found Li Lingtian's location. Boom! Another loud explosion was heard as Li Lingtian's sneak attack was easily neutralized by the opponent. Now he understood the true strength of a martial emperor. Before he had a heaven-defying advantage, he was no match for a martial emperor. He might not even have the chance to fight a martial emperor. Fortunately, Long Da was a Tier 7 Level 5. Although he was not a match for the Ice and Fire Ancestor for the time being, he could still hold him back for a period of time. Long Da, don't fight him head-on. Keep him busy and see who can last until the end. Li Lingtian reminded him loudly as his body flashed rapidly, fully displaying the might of the thunderclap wings. He disappeared into the air, reappearing behind Forefather Ice and Fire from time to time, and unleashing a destructive attack. Roar! Long Da roared as if he was replying to Li Lingtian's words. His body was floating in the air, but even so, Long Da's Tier 7 Level 5 cultivation was enough to shake the world with a single blow. Hee, you want to waste time with me? Haha, let's see who can outlast who. The Ice-Fire Ancestor was shocked. This was the problem he was most worried about. If he continued to waste his true chi, not only would he not be able to break through, but his realm might also fall. Moreover, the two people in front of him were extremely terrifying. If he was not careful, he would be seriously injured or even die. However, he suddenly thought about it. In this cave, his true essence recovery speed was very fast. He could completely consume the true essence of the two of them. At that time, he could easily kill the two of them. He didn't need to expend so much effort to attack while calculating. Gradually, the attacks of the three became weaker. The Ice-Fire Ancestor even began to stabilize his true essence, waiting for the time to break through to the next realm with all his strength. Chapter 444: Traceless Time and Space. Li Lingtian was amused when he saw the Ice-Fire Patriarch's expression. The expression on his face did not change, and the aura on his body gradually weakened. However, the aura on his body turned into sword intent, and a faint sword intent was emitted from the cave. With a flick of his divine sense, the sky's sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a sword light gently slashed down at the Ice-Fire Ancestor. The pressure of the Saint artifact startled the Ice-Fire Ancestor, but with his current cultivation, he didn't care about the sword energy at all. He waved a hand and sent an ice and fire attack toward the sword energy. However, at this moment, he realized that something was wrong. The ice and fire attacks were cut open the moment they came into contact with the sword light. The sword light seemed to ignore the attack and instantly landed in front of him. This was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Sword force. The Ice-Fire Patriarch was shocked as he cried out at the same time. After all, he was very knowledgeable and could tell that Li Lingtian's sword strike contained a sword force. Otherwise, it would not have been so domineering. In the beginning, he did not expect a young martial honor to control the sword aura, which made him careless. Now that he realized it, it was already over. He had originally condensed his true essence to break through the realm, but now he could only forcefully display it. Kacha, the crash. The sword light hit the Ice-Fire Ancestor, and with a crack, the powerful Zhenyuan attack was cut through. The sword light hit the Ice-Fire Ancestor, and he was thrown out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The martial emperor powerhouse who was caught off guard by the saint weapon with sword aura was also severely injured by this attack. This attack was not a big deal, but the ice-fire ancestor was at the critical moment of breaking through to the next realm. Now that his Zhenyuan had exploded, the Zhenyuan in his body had reversed and was no longer under his control. Screams sounded out as the ice and fire chi around the ice and fire ancestor's body scattered, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his eyes were blood red. He looked extremely terrifying. Chi deviation. Li Lingtian was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a powerhouse go berserk. He did not expect it to be so serious. This was the result of being disturbed during cultivation. No wonder those experts would find a quiet place to cultivate. Moreover, when they were in seclusion, they would set up countless restrictions to prevent any disturbance. All of this was because he was worried that if he was disturbed, he would go berserk and his true essence would reverse. His entire person would be like a madman, and his consciousness would also become chaotic. Boomed, crash. Li Lingtian and Londa stood at the side as they channeled their true essence to unleash their strongest defense to prevent themselves from being hurt by the ice-fire patriarch. At this moment, the ice-fire ancestor struck the array with a destructive fist force, and the array was instantly destroyed. The ice-fire forefather flashed and flew out of the cave. He carried a destructive aura, like a bomb that was about to explode. Let's keep him here. Otherwise, when he calms down and his cultivation increases greatly, we'll be in trouble. Let's go, Li Lingtian quickly said as he quickly followed behind. Longda did not hesitate either as he quickly flashed away and left the cave in an instant. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian waved his hand, and the cosmic sword in his hand was already swung out. A sword beam tore through the air and swiftly slashed down at Patriarch Icefire.
Boom.
The sword light had no effect on the Icefire ancestor. It was instantly blocked by the Icefire ancestor's defense. After the cultivation deviation, the Icefire ancestor's cultivation became extremely terrifying. It was as terrifying as a mutated demon beast. It completely exceeded some rules.
Boom.
Boomed, rumble. Longda also used the Dragon Cry battle halberd in his hand. The 3 of them were like 3 meteors in the air, constantly bombarding each other. The more Li Lingtian fought, the more shocked he became. He did not expect the Ice-Fire Patriarch to be so terrifying. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. The sky sword in his hand floated in the air. He clasped his hands together and a huge pillar of light shot toward the ice-fire ancestor. Ice and fire force, destruction. The ice-fire patriarch had lost all consciousness. Every attack he unleashed was his most terrifying destructive force. When he saw Li Lingtian's beam of light coming at him, he unleashed a terrifying ice-fire attack. Rumble. With an explosion, a halo flashed and the pillar of light disappeared. The forefather's attack also disappeared, but the aftereffects of the 2 attacks were destructive. Puff. Li Lingtian spat out another mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. In front of the ice and fire ancestor, he no longer had any advantage. Roar. At this moment, Longda threw his Dragon Cry battle halberd at the forefather with destructive power. Both of them knew that the forefather's defense was terrifying and impossible to break through. Moreover, the forefather was completely defenseless, like a madman fighting for his life. The Dragon Cry halberd was a supreme treasure of the dragon race. With this attack, the destructive power tore through space and arrived in front of the ice-fire ancestor. At the same time, Longda transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon. His huge tail gave off destructive power as it tore through space and smashed down. Boom. Facing the destructive power of the halberd, the ice-fire ancestor unleashed his most terrifying power. He sent the halberd flying with a punch of ice and fire, but Long Da's huge tail struck down. He had no chance to block. With one strike, his entire body was smashed by Long Da's tail. His clothes completely disappeared, and countless cracks appeared on his body. He seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian did not slow down at all. Just as Long Da was about to attack the Ice-Fire Patriarch, the Heavenly Fault Sword had already appeared before him. A ball of light burst out, and a world of swords was formed within 1,000 meters of him. Tens of thousands of sharp swords floated in the air, and a sword array appeared. Endless sword nets and sword silk scattered. As Li Lingtian cast a spell with one hand, tens of thousands of swords flew out and pierced through the space. The destructive sword array instantly arrived in front of the Ice-Fire Ancestor. At this moment, the Ice-Fire Ancestor was injured by Long Da and could not resist at all. Rumble-da-rumble-da-da. The sword formation trembled continuously, but the sword silk and sword net continued to erode the Ice-Fire Ancestor. Even the powerful martial monarch realm expert could not resist the sword formation at all. At that moment, a strange smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite throwing knife appeared before disappearing from his hand. On the other side, Long Da also threw out the Dragoncry battle halberd in his hand. Like a meteorite from outer space, it flew toward the sword formation with a destructive light. The sound of a body being pierced by a sharp arrow rang out, and a miserable cry resounded through the world. The sword formation vanished, and the 10,000 swords turned into a stream of light that returned to Li Lingtian's hand. They then entered his body, and the world fell silent. There was a fist-sized bloody hole in the forefather's chest and a small wound between his eyebrows, but it would never heal. Destructive sword chi and sword light radiated from the Ice-Fire Ancestor's body as tens of thousands of swords pierced through his body. However, what really destroyed him was the Dragon Roar battle halberd and the wound between his eyebrows, because these two destructive attacks were completely beyond the imagination of the Ice-Fire Ancestor. It had completely disregarded his defenses and killed his life force. Li Lingtian extended his hand, and a delicate flying knife returned to his palm. There was a faint, mysterious aura on it. Long Da retracted his roaring dragon combat halberd and looked at the flying dagger in Li Lingtian's hand with a hint of fear. He knew that it was the flying dagger in Li Lingtian's hand that killed the Ice-Fire Patriarch. His Dragon Roar battle halberd seemed to be able to destroy the Ice-Fire Ancestor, but the Ice-Fire Ancestor didn't block it when he was killed by the flying knife. Without the flying knife, the Dragon Roar battle halberd would at most heavily injure the Ice-Fire Ancestor and not kill him. Ice and Fire Halo, Ice and Fire Ring. Li Lingtian watched as the Ice-Fire Patriarch's body disappeared. With a wave of his hand, two halos appeared and shot toward the Ice-Fire Patriarch. Instantly, the two Ice-Fire rings trapped a soul in the air, and the Ice-Fire Patriarch's soul was also trapped within the Ice-Fire rings. The Ice-Fire Pearl and a storage pouch slowly descended, but Li Lingtian grabbed them from afar and returned them to his hand. Yes. With a soft shout, the Ice-Fire Ring and Ice-Fire Halo returned to Li Lingtian's hands at the same time. Within the Ice-Fire Ring, Patriarch Ice-Fire's soul was struggling incessantly. An exquisite version of Patriarch Ice-Fire was struggling within. No matter how hard he struggled and screamed, Li Lingtian could not hear him anymore. "Young master, what's the name of your throwing knife?" Long Da came to Li Lingtian's side and asked curiously as he looked at the flying knife in Li Lingtian's left hand. "Wu Hen," Li Lingtian replied indifferently with a satisfied expression. He was envious when he saw Yun Tianfeng kill a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor with this flying knife. He did not expect Yun Tianfeng to give him this flying knife. After refining it, He found out that this flying knife was called traceless. Traceless spacetime, coming and going without a trace, ignoring the defense of experts. However, he did not know what level this flying knife was. However, he thought that this flying knife would not be lower than the level of a saint weapon. Otherwise, it would not ignore the defense of a martial artist like this. Wu Hen. What terrifying power. If it's used for a sneak attack, it'll definitely be a one-on-one kill. Longda said enviously, but he didn't care. He was a member of the Dragon Clan, so he was basically disgusted with sneak attacks. He also didn't like to use fancy attacks and weapons. The Dragon tribe valued strength and did not like to use fancy human weapons. Even though the flying dagger was terrifying, he did not like it either. Besides, the flying dagger belonged to Li Lingtian. Even if he envied it, he did not dare to think about it. Following that, Li Lingtian erased the aura in the air. This time, he had captured the Ice-Fire Patriarch's soul. Naturally, he would not allow him to be reborn again. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have found out that the Ice-Fire Ancestor was breaking through. If he had waited for the Ice-Fire Ancestor to break through, they would have been finished. A powerful martial monarch realm expert hiding beside him was more terrifying than anything else. Following that, Li Lingtian and General Long conducted a thorough search of the entire mountain peak. Li Lingtian had also added countless sensing formations. As long as he was in the mountain peak, he would be the master and would not have to worry about other powerhouses hiding in it. Chapter 445. Refining the Great Cyclic Pill. Tang Qingyue and the others had already known about this battle. Initially, they were quick to clean up the cave. Since they did not see Li Lingtian, they were bored and came out to look for him. However, the moment they came out, they were greeted by a world-shaking destructive attack. Although the attack did not pose a threat to them, they were still shocked to see such a huge battle in their territory. They were also shocked to discover Li Lingtian and Long Da's figures. The few girls were hiding. Their cultivation was still too low, and they could not reveal themselves to avoid being used by their opponents. That would put Li Lingtian in a passive position, which would not be beneficial to Li Lingtian's battle. Huang Fuyuyan and the rest were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian, Longda, and the Ice-Fire Patriarch, who was exuding a shocking and violent aura. They were all worried about Li Lingtian. Fortunately, Li Lingtian managed to kill the Ice-Fire Patriarch in the end, which put them at ease. They only dared to come out after Li Lingtian had searched the entire mountain. Husband, who was that person just now? I seem to have seen him somewhere. Shun Mei walked up to him and held Li Lingtian's arm. She sized him up to see if he was injured. When she saw the blood at the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth, she quickly took out a silk handkerchief to wipe it away. Tang Qingyue and the others were also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. They seemed to have seen the powerhouse who was defeated and killed before, but they could not recall who he was. Forefather Ice-Fire. Li Lingtian replied calmly. Naturally, he understood why Tang Qingyue and the others could not recall. It was because Patriarch Ice-Fire had gone berserk. His appearance was terrifying and he looked completely different from himself. So it's Forefather Ice-Fire. I didn't expect to find you here. Tang Qingyue said in surprise. She had seen the ice and fire ancestor escape with her own eyes when he was reborn. He didn't find me here. He was already here. He broke through in the cave below, but I found him. I didn't notice it when I came here yesterday. I forgot that there was a martial emperor powerhouse cultivating in this cave. Fortunately, I killed him by coincidence today. Li Lingtian had lingering fears. If he had not discovered it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He won't be reborn now, right? I didn't expect Forefather Ice-Fire to be immortal. Huang Fuyuyan looked at Li Lingtian and asked seriously. Previously, it was the Ice-Fire Patriarch who managed to escape with his immortal body. Now that he was killed by Li Lingtian, she was worried about the same thing. No, his soul has already been captured by me. It's impossible for him to be reborn. What undying body? It's all fake. It's just a little talent. Li Lingtian said seriously. Humans had some magical talents, but immortality was definitely not real. It was only because of a magical talent brought about by the dual attributes of ice and fire that Forefather Ice and Fire was reborn. I see. Oh right, big brother Ling Tian, you're injured. Let's hurry back. Tang Ziming nodded obediently. Needless to say, Li Lingtian's cultivation experience was not to be underestimated. Since Li Lingtian had said so, it was impossible for him to possess an undying body. Following that, Li Lingtian followed them back to the cave. He recuperated from his injuries in peace, while the others began to cultivate seriously. This place was rich in spiritual energy. It was a good place for cultivation and a paradise. If he gave up on such a place, it would be difficult to find a better one. A month passed. In a month, the small world had been transformed into a paradise. Li Lingtian renamed the place. The Two Heavens was the name of the cave and the place where he cultivated. The small world was the name of the entire mountain. Usually Li Lingtian would cultivate in the second heaven. Li Lingtian had built many pavilions on the mountain where Li Lingtian and the others lived. Some of the places were decorated and some arrays were added. The place was like a paradise. Moreover, he had also built some pavilions under the mountain. Although he was only one person, with his cultivation, what he did was as simple as an immortal. In the pocket dimension, with Li Lingtian's elixirs and the rich spirit qi, Tang Qingwei and the rest cultivated quietly. However, two people would accompany Li Lingtian whenever he was refining pills. They would either choose the ingredients or organize the pills. In this way, even if he was refining pills or cultivating, he would not dare to feel bored. During this month, no one disturbed their cultivation. However, a month later, an elder from East River City came to Li Lingtian for alchemy. Although they were all Tier 6 pills, the pills he refined were basically top-notch. The elders were completely convinced by Li Lingtian's alchemy skills. Naturally, they looked down on Li Lingtian in terms of cultivation base, but they could only look up to him in terms of alchemy skills. If he couldn't do it himself and had to do it, he could only find someone capable to do it. Naturally, he wouldn't offend those capable people. In the divine martial continent, pill refiners were undoubtedly the most popular profession. Moreover, it was also the most mystical profession. Not many people could become alchemists. Even if they did, they were all very ordinary. The medicinal pills they refined could only be used by low-level martial artists. Spirit pill masters were extremely rare and had a high status. As for saint pill masters, they were extremely rare in the divine martial continent. They would always make an appointment with the elders of East River City when they came to refine pills. This was because they would personally come up with the ingredients that Li Lingtian needed. Such a thing was reasonable in itself. Naturally, they would not think that Li Lingtian was putting on airs. Gradually, many experts in East River City learned that there was a powerful alchemist in the small world. The pills he refined were all top-notch existences. However, to ask this alchemist to refine pills, one had to pay a huge price. Li Lingtian had also arranged his own cultivation time. Every day, he would cultivate for an hour in the second heaven and another hour outside. At night, he would accompany Tang Qingyue and the others. During the day, he would cultivate skills and refine treasures, or comprehend cultivation techniques and pill techniques. Moreover, he had 6 hours a day to refine pills, refining some of the medicinal herbs he obtained into pills. As time passed, Li Lingtian's stock of pills increased. Regardless of whether they were grade 1 or grade 5 pills, Li Lingtian's stock had piled up. On this day, Li Lingtian's expression turned serious before he calmed himself down. He came to a pavilion not far from the second heaven. This pavilion was personally built by him, and there were countless restrictions around this pavilion because he usually refined pills here. There was a special place to rest and a place to play. This was because when he was refining pills, there would always be people accompanying him or helping him. A girl's physical strength, even if her cultivation was strong, would not be as good as a man. When she was tired, she naturally needed to rest. It was common for them to act coquettishly in front of Li Lingtian. However, today Li Lingtian did not allow anyone else to follow him as he was determined to try for the Tier 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. He was already familiar with the other Tier 6 medicinal pills, so he naturally did not need to refine a Tier 6 medicinal pill. Now that he wanted to try for the Tier 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill, it was also an opportunity. The Great Cyclic Pellets recipe appeared in front of him. He had already read and comprehended this recipe countless times. Moreover, he had memorized all the techniques and precautions inside. But now, he had to revise it again because the materials for a Grade 7 pill were all extremely precious. If he failed, he would lose some precious materials, or even heavenly treasures. As time passed, Li Lingtian familiarized himself with the alchemy technique and the pill formula once again. He activated the divine dragon ring with his soul consciousness. Hundreds of herbs appeared in front of him. He had already arranged them. They were all supplementary herbs for the Grade 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. There were also 7 precious herbs and 7 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Heavenly wind grass, agility flower, rootless fruit, ice snow seed, tricolored flower, dragon grass, dragon saliva fruit, heavenly fire leaf, 7-colored flower, ice fire snow orchid, heaven mending root. Li Lingtian had arranged all the herbs in order because they were arranged according to their attributes and age. Moreover, he had to calculate how long they would take to be refined. Every step required precise calculations. Moreover, after calculations were done, accidents often occurred. To refine a pill, one did not only need talent but also a strong calculation ability. A single mistake would result in failure. Li Lingtian was already familiar with these things. He would carefully calculate each medicinal ingredient and carefully understand its quality and endurance, how long it could withstand refinement, how high the temperature it could withstand, and whether it would explode when it encountered other elemental medicinal ingredients. After each medicinal ingredient was refined, its attributes would be different from the other medicinal ingredients. One had to pay attention to the changes between them. It was just like chemistry in his previous life. If he didn't do it well, it would explode. Sacrifice. 3 hours had passed by the time he finished sorting out the medicinal herbs. 3 hours later, he adjusted his breathing again and restored his mental strength, physical strength, and true essence to their peak. This was because refining such a pill not only required a large amount of true essence, but also a strong mental and spiritual sense. If one was not careful, the pill would fail. After recuperating, he used his divine sense, and the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in front of him. The heaven and earth creation cauldron in his palm kept spinning and emitting an ancient aura. Buddy, it's all up to you this time. Let's work hard together and try to refine the pill. Li Lingtian caressed the cauldron with one hand as if he was talking to a battle partner. His tone was like he was talking to a good friend. This heaven and earth creation cauldron had intelligence and was a rare top-notch treasure. Even the golden dragon looked down on the dragon-cry battle halberd and the extreme tyrant emperor saber, but it valued this cauldron very much. It must be very powerful. As Li Lingtian spoke, the heaven and earth creation cauldron began to tremble and let out a soft buzzing sound as if it was responding to Li Lingtian. Chapter 446. Shocking Pill Tribulation. Li Lingtian's face lit up with satisfaction when he saw Pill Cauldron's response. No matter what, one had to focus on one thing. Alchemy was the same. When he was refining pills, he could put all his energy and spirit into it. Only then would he be qualified as an outstanding pill refiner. Nothing in this world was a fluke, and nothing depended entirely on luck. Even if there was a part of luck, it was only once in a while. If you wanted to truly control something, you had to really get it. Swoosh. A core fire appeared in front of him, and the cauldron was constantly being nourished by the core fire. As the cauldron rotated gently and was nourished by the earth core fire, Li Lingtian was also feeling the cauldron's temperature seriously. After he refined the heaven and earth creation cauldron, he would be able to fuse with the cauldron. Naturally, he knew the temperature of the cauldron. Next, he threw all kinds of medicinal herbs into the cauldron. The power of the earth core fire and the wonder of the heaven and earth creation cauldron refined all kinds of medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid. After 3 hours, more than 100 medicinal herbs were refined. These medicinal herbs were all supplementary medicinal herbs. The real precious medicinal herbs had yet to begin. Moreover, the age and quality of precious medicinal herbs were countless times stronger than ordinary medicinal herbs. Dragon grass, refine it. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian shot a dragon fleeting grass toward the elixir cauldron, and it entered the cauldron in an instant. Immediately, the cauldron began to churn as the endless medicinal liquid clashed with the attributes of the dragonfly grass. Li Lingtian cast a series of magic arts to stabilize the cauldron with his vital essence. Another strand of Zhenyuan stirred in the cauldron, allowing the dragonfly grass medicinal liquid to quickly fuse with the other medicinal liquids. Voila! Boom.
Boom.
The heaven and earth creation cauldron was a completely different world. It was like a raging sea and a raging river. Li Lingtian's expression was extremely grim. Time slowly passed. After an hour, the dragonfly grass was finally refined. It was no longer as turbulent as before because the medicinal liquid of the dragonfly grass had already fused with the other medicinal liquids. Shup. He sighed softly, but his expression did not relax at all. This was because this was only the simplest of the 7 most precious heavenly resources. There were still 6 more medicinal herbs that needed to be refined. This was what he was concerned about. Moreover, a few hours had passed, and his primeval essence had also consumed a lot. Dragon saliva fruit, refine it. When Li Lingtian saw that the medicinal liquid in the heaven and earth creation cauldron had stabilized, he activated his divine consciousness, and a dragon saliva fruit floated in front of him. With a quick wave of his hand, the fist-sized dragon saliva fruit was divided into 8 pieces by the force. The dragon saliva fruit was extremely precious, and there was no need to use so much for alchemy, so he could only divide it into 8 pieces. Out of the 8 dragon saliva fruits, 7 of them fell to his side, and 1 of them went into the cauldron. Without any suspense, the heaven and earth creation cauldron started to churn again. However, this time, the churning was not as intense as it had been at the beginning. This was because there was already the dragonfly grass in front of him. Although the dragon saliva fruit was stronger than the dragonfly grass, the attributes of the 2 were the same. Therefore, the reaction was not as intense as it had been at the beginning. Another hour later, the second heavenly treasure was successfully refined. However, Li Lingtian did not look happy because the medicinal liquid in the cauldron had reached its limit. If he were to refine it any further, it might be useless. Heavenly fire leaf, 7-colored flower, ice snow orchid. Li Lingtian hardened his heart when he saw this. The next step was the heavenly fire leaf, which was of the fire attribute. The medicinal liquid in the cauldron had already reached its limit. If the heaven fire leaf was added, it would be equivalent to destruction. Rather than being destroyed like this, it was better to take the risk and try. The pill formulas in this world were all the experiences of the previous pill refiners. Since they were created through trial and error, why not give it a try? At the thought of this, he threw the 3 herbs into the heaven and earth creation cauldron. One of them was the fire attribute heavenly fire leaf, the other was the neutral attribute 7-colored flower, and the last was the ice attribute ice snow orchid. In this way, he could resist the fire attribute heavenly fire leaf and reduce the temperature of the original medicinal liquid in the heaven and earth creation cauldron. The moment the 3 herbs entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron, the cauldron began to churn. However, Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation inside the cauldron. Fortunately, he had been flexible. Otherwise, he would have really been destroyed. Such flexibility had really changed the situation just now. The 3 herbs were refined together, and the time was reduced. After an hour, the herbs turned into medicinal liquid. At that moment, Li Lingtian's primordial qi was almost depleted. He hesitated. If he used the elixir now, it would not be a problem for him to recover his primordial qi. However, if he ran out of primordial qi later on, the elixir would be useless, and the elixir would be useless. Although he hesitated, the true essence in his hand did not stop. In an instant, he had already thought of many consequences in his mind. In the end, he decided to use the pill first, lest he couldn't pass it now, let alone later. A pill was thrown into his mouth, and the pill instantly turned into true essence, which recovered to its peak. Heaven's patching root, refine. The last medicinal ingredient was also the most magical medicinal ingredient. This was a medicinal ingredient that could be used in any medicinal pill. The Heaven's patching root was a magical supplementary medicinal ingredient, and it was also the most important medicinal ingredient. It could improve the quality of medicinal pills and stabilize the medicinal pill's turbulence. Li Lingtian had his reasons for placing the Heaven's patching root last among herbs with neutral properties. If he refined the Heaven's patching root first, its effects would be wasted, and it would not be able to achieve its true effect. Wallalith boom.
Boom.
A series of muffled sounds came from the heaven and earth creation cauldron, and the cauldron began to tremble. When Li Lingtian saw this, he easily cast a magic art in an attempt to stabilize the cauldron. However, to his horror, the more he cast the magic art, the stronger the cauldron's reaction became.
Silk.
With a slight sound, the core fire disappeared quickly, as if it had received some kind of response. The core fire was strangely suppressed. This was the first time Li Lingtian had encountered such a situation. 9 Suns Sacred Flame, attack. Li Lingtian could only smile bitterly when he saw this. He activated his divine consciousness and unleashed the primordial fire in his body. This primordial fire was not a simple one. It was the 9 Yang Saint Lord's 9 Yang sacred fire. Now that he had control of the 9 Yang sacred fire, the primordial fire he unleashed was no weaker than the earth's core fire below. On the contrary, it was more powerful than the earth core fire. Tisk. At that moment, Li Lingtian was rendered speechless when the 9 Suns sacred flame appeared at the same time as the geocentric flame. The heaven and earth creation cauldron stabilized in the middle of the 2 flames when they merged. Li Lingtian was baffled by this. I see. As he muttered to himself, his face revealed an expression of understanding. He was refining a 7th-grade medicinal pill. Such a medicinal pill had come into contact with some mysterious opportunity. It required heavenly fire and earth fire. The geocentric fire was an earth fire and would disappear if it lacked heavenly fire. However, the 9 Suns sacred fire that Li Lingtian had unleashed was undoubtedly a heavenly fire. The appearance of the heavenly fire would naturally result in the appearance of the geocentric fire. The heaven and earth creation cauldron would be stabilized once the heaven and earth fire appeared. Seconds passed, and the medicinal liquid in the heaven and earth creation cauldron gradually solidified. Boom! Between heaven and earth, a clap of thunder rang out. The thunder came from above the 9 heavens. The entire East River City heard the thunder, and the ground trembled. Rumbled, Olive crackled, boom, boom. Endless thunder and lightning instantly appeared between heaven and earth. Their targets were all rushing towards the small world. Thunder and lightning struck Li Lingtian's sky. The heaven and earth creation cauldron began to spin as it withstood the bombardment of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning struck incessantly. The heaven and earth creation cauldron continued to spin, and even Li Lingtian suffered a devastating blow. Spirit infusion. Li Lingtian shouted softly as he looked at the elixir cauldron. There was not enough spirit qi in the cauldron. He activated the spirit gathering array with a hand seal. Then he pointed with one hand, and a shocking spirit qi soared into the sky. The spiritual energy beam was 100 meters wide and shot up into the sky. Boom! Between heaven and earth, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and a 100-meter-wide spiritual energy pillar soared into the sky. The entire East River City saw this pillar of light, as well as endless thunder and lightning. The sound was earth-shattering. There was an explosion in the sky, and a 100-mile-wide halo appeared. The halo extended endless spiritual energy into the pillar of light, pouring down like a galaxy. This is the pill tribulations. Pill concoction, spirit infusion. Sir Lingtian is refining pills again. That it seems that the spirit infusion this time is not simple. Of course it's not simple. Didn't you see that the pill this time attracted the pill tribulation? The pill under the pill tribulation is mutated, and the power of the pill is even more magical. Did I wonder what kind of medicinal pill he refined this time? There must be a cauldron of top-notch medicinal pills. In East River City, all the warriors were stunned by the scene of the small world. He had seen spirit injections a few times before, but he had not seen pill tribulations. Looking at the scene of the small world, they were all extremely excited. They did not know what powerful medicinal pill this alchemist was going to refine. Boom! After the second spirit infusion, the halo in the sky became even stronger. All the warriors looked into the distance enviously, but no one dared to go forward. This small world was someone else's forbidden land, and facing the pill tribulation, ordinary warriors would be struck into nothingness. Li Lingtian's face was filled with excitement despite the blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. He now understood why he still needed a strong cultivation base and a strong physique. Without a strong cultivation, one's true essence would not be able to support the refinement of the pill until the end. Without a strong physique, one would have long died in front of this pill tribulation. It was already night time when the second spirit infusion was completed. However, countless martial artists were looking curiously at the pill tribulation and the spirit injection light pillar. The thunder and lightning continued, as if they would never stop. The pillar of light that was infused with spirit did not dissipate for a long time. Chapter 447. Supreme Grade Great Rejuvenating Pill. The pill tribulation was a lightning tribulation that was triggered after a medicinal pill reached a mysterious realm. It was just like how top-notch experts would encounter heavenly tribulation, but this pill tribulation was very rare. The medicinal pills under the pill tribulation were often stronger and more magical than other medicinal pills. Spirit injections had appeared several times in the small world, but he had never seen a pill tribulation. Boom! The third spirit infusion appeared. In the pitch-black night sky, the colorful spirit energy pillar was as charming and dazzling as fireworks. In the sky, a halo exploded, and the spirit energy halo in a radius of 200 was like a mushroom cloud. This was the most magical scene between heaven and earth. The martial artists of East River City were all admiring the beautiful scene in the sky. None of the warriors spoke. They just looked at the sky quietly. However, some of the experts and alchemists were not so quiet. This was because the time between spirit injections was completely different from before. Generally speaking, each spirit infusion would take about half an hour, or even less. However, the spirit infusion this time had lasted for 2 hours, and the pill tribulation had no intention of stopping.
Boom.
The fourth spirit infusion appeared, and the space in the sky trembled. Boom. When the fifth spirit infusion appeared, the scene in the sky was still the same, but the halo of spiritual chi in the sky was even bigger, actually reaching a radius of 1,000 miles. All the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles poured down toward the spiritual energy pillar.
Boom.
When the sixth spirit infusion appeared, all the experts heaved a sigh of relief. This was because 6 spirit injections represented a grade 6 pill. Although they were not the ones refining the pills, this scene brought them into the picture. It was as if they were refining the pills themselves. Being able to refine the pills, they naturally heaved a sigh of relief. This time, Sir Ling Tian must have refined a grade 6 cleansing pill again. It should be a mutated cleansing pill. If I can get one, I might be able to make a breakthrough in my realm. It should be about the same. The Tier 6 dust cleansing pill is Sir Ling Tian's specialty medicinal pill. Now that it's attracted a pill tribulation, it's truly a once-in-100 years occurrence. That it's not that easy to get a 6th grade variant cleansing dust pill. But it should be over soon. The sky is already bright. I didn't expect that refining the medicinal pill this time actually took more than half a day to infuse spirit. Countless experts were discussing animatedly. Low-level martial artists could only be curious and envious. Even if a grade 6 medicinal pill was given to them, they could not use it. Otherwise, they would be directly refined by the medicinal pill. Moreover, a grade 6 mutated medicinal pill was extremely magical. Martial artists below the martial arts grandmaster realm could not refine such a medicinal pill at all. However, just as all the martial artists were relaxed, the pill tribulation between heaven and earth did not weaken or disappear. Instead, it became even stronger. At this moment, another loud bang sounded between heaven and earth. Boom! A 100-meter wide pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky. The pillar of light shot into the sky until it exploded in the sky 1,000 miles high. A 10,000-meter wide halo appeared. The spiritual energy within 10,000 miles was quickly condensed and poured down along the pillar of spiritual energy. What happened? Why is there a spirit infusion again? Why is it 7 spirit injections? Could it be a Tier 7 medicinal pill? Only a Tier 7 pill would have 7 spirit injections. Could it be a Tier 7 mutated medicinal pill? Heavens, a Tier 7 medicinal pill, and it's even mutated. A medicinal pill under the Tier 7 pill tribulation is about to appear. All of a sudden, all the experts in East River City were shocked. There were exclamations in East River City, and all the warriors had shock and excitement on their faces. He had personally witnessed the appearance of a 7th grade medicinal pill. Moreover, it was a 7th grade medicinal pill under the pill tribulation. What kind of concept was this? It was as if he had seen a miracle. Crash. The halo of spiritual energy and the pillar of spiritual energy in the sky pressed down like a galaxy, all of them pressing down on the small world. In the end, there was no more movement from the small world. Li Lingtian's face was filled with fatigue, but the true essence in his body had reached its peak. Because of the spirit infusion, the shocking spiritual qi was directly converted into true essence, and the 7th grade Great Recovery pill was successful. Pill completed, Li Lingtian shouted softly, and cast a spell. The heaven and earth creation cauldron was opened, and a string of light shadows appeared in front of him. There were a total of 72 pills, and the pills were spinning nonstop. The spirit qi that was pressing down from the sky was completely suspended around Li Lingtian. The spirit qi was like a cloud that was solid. The 72 pills were revolving and nourishing in the spiritual energy. At that moment, Li Lingtian's entire body's true essence surged, and his realm loosened. He had reached the peak of the third level of the Supreme Realm for a long time, but he had not encountered an opportunity. Now, after refining pills, he had actually encountered an opportunity. He circulated his Zhen Yuan in his body. The heaven and earth reincarnation circulated his Zhen Yuan and circulated it through his meridians. The spiritual energy outside was absorbed and refined rapidly, as if he had obtained half of the power of a 7th-grade pill. At the same time, the great recovery pill that Shen Mei had given him before had also completely appeared in his body. The dense spiritual energy and the residual medicinal power of the great cyclic pellet in his body, coupled with the true essence in his body, had already reached a critical point. Third-level Supreme Realm, splash it on me. With a light shout, the true essence in his body surged into his dantian. The 5-colored golden core in his dantian rotated and absorbed all the true essence. The golden core also quickly changed and sublimated. Inside his dantian, it was like a boundless ocean. The golden core stirred the ocean, and it surged. Endless spiritual qi and true essence replenished the golden core. The golden core quickly grew stronger, and its color became darker. Boom! In his dantian, there was a loud bang. All his true essence disappeared, and the 5-colored golden core emitted a dazzling light. It had completely sublimated. He had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. The golden core had doubled in size, and the light was even more dazzling. Countless true essence refined by the Jin Den entered his dantian again. However, the true essence in his dantian now was only 1% of what it was before. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that this 1% of true essence was 100 times more powerful than before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiritual energy around him quickly entered his body. In a moment, all the spiritual energy disappeared and was completely refined by the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, forming a trace of true essence. Even if there was so much spiritual energy, only a trace of it was transformed into true essence in his dantian. It was so little that it was unbearable to see. Boom! The space trembled as Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura had reached a terrifying level. The 4th level of the Supreme Realm was at least 100 times stronger than when he was at the 3rd level. The 72 pills were still spinning in the air. However, the pills were covered in a faint halo. This halo was the protective layer that protected the medicinal pill. After the medicinal pill reached the 7th grade, it carried its own spirituality. Moreover, this medicinal pill was formed under the pill tribulation. After obtaining the pill tribulation, it was relatively said that it had obtained sublimation. Ordinary medicinal pills, after receiving the pill tribulation, would be a level stronger than before. The power was also incomparably magical, often bringing some unexpected benefits to martial artists. Mutated Great Cyclic Pellet, Peerless Grade. Li Lingtian said in a calm voice, but his face was filled with excitement. This was the first time he had refined a level 7 pill. He had never thought that he would succeed. It was a one-time success. More importantly, this pill had actually obtained a pill tribulation and directly became a peerless mutated great recovery pill. With a flick of his divine sense, 72 jade bottles appeared in front of him. Each pill was stored in a jade bottle. Such pills had spirituality and could not be packed together to avoid any accidents. After keeping the pills, Li Lingtian left the Elixir Refinery Pavilion in a flash. Tang Qingyue and the rest were already waiting for him. They were so excited that they did not rest for the entire day when they saw Li Lingtian refining the pills. Excitement mixed with worry as they watched Li Lingtian successfully exit the building. Moreover, Li Lingtian's aura had changed slightly as they looked at him curiously. "Your cultivation has broken through?" Huang Fuyuyan was the first to speak. She was also the most knowledgeable and naturally noticed the change in Li Lingtian's body. However, she was not sure and probed with a questioning tone. "Yes, I've finally reached the 4th level of the Supreme Realm." Li Lingtian had an excited smile on his face. Naturally, he would not hide it in front of his women. If that was the case, it would be too tiring to live. In front of outsiders, he naturally wouldn't show his emotions on his face. "Congratulations, big brother, for becoming a 4th-level Supreme Realm expert. Congratulations on your progress. Husband, congratulations, young master." All of a sudden, the girls congratulated Li Lingtian with a smile on their faces. They were genuinely happy. Li Lingtian was happy as well. Nothing was happier than a breakthrough in his realm. "Lingtian, have you finished refining the medicinal pill?" Tang Qingyue asked tentatively when she saw Li Lingtian's happy expression. She was worried that Li Lingtian's failure would affect his mood. After all, failure was a huge blow to an alchemist. However, he was curious because Li Lingtian had performed 7 spirit infusions during the process. If he succeeded, it would be a Tier 7 pill. After she asked, Huang Fuyuyan, Ge, Qingling, Tang Ziming, and Shunmei all looked at Li Lingtian curiously. "The refinement is successful. Grade 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. A mutated, peerless, Great Rejuvenating Pill." Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment. His expression was calm, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion on his face. The girls were stunned by his expression, and their hearts sank. They were certain that Li Lingtian had failed to refine it. They were all prepared to console Li Lingtian, but Li Lingtian's expression changed as he smiled. He told them the results of the pill refinement. When he said it, the girls were stunned again and did not immediately react. The refinement was successful. It really succeeded. That's great. A grade 7 Great Cyclic Pill. A mutated Great Cyclic Pill. A peerless Great Cyclic Pill. After a pause, the girls reacted and became excited. They looked like little girls who had just gotten their favorite toy. The 7th grade Great Rejuvenating Pill was a miraculous existence. Moreover, it was a peerless Great Rejuvenating Pill. As a result, Li Lingtian's alchemy skills improved, and he became a true alchemy saint. Moreover, they would be able to use the Great Rejuvenating Pill by then. They were also happy for Li Lingtian because it was a supreme achievement and glory for an alchemist to refine such a pill. Chapter 448 Jiangfeng Shock 1. Li Lingtian took out a grade 7 Great Rejuvenation Pill. Immediately, the air was filled with bursts of fragrance. This fragrance had already separated from the fragrance of the medicinal pill. It was like the purest spiritual qi from nature, with a hint of floral fragrance. This feeling made people feel refreshed, but at the same time, it made people feel intoxicated. I've used quite a few Great Cyclic Pellets before. I really didn't expect you to be able to refine the Great Cyclic Pellet to this extent. I believe that no one in the divine martial continent can surpass you in this aspect. Huang Fuyuyan looked at the pill and was extremely shocked. This pill was already a peerless variant. Naturally, no one could surpass it. Even the divine martial continent couldn't refine a level 7 Great Cyclic Pellet, let alone one that could undergo the pill tribulation at the same time. Although this Great Cyclic Pellet is powerful, you can't use it with your current cultivation, unless you've reached the Martial Emperor realm or above. Even with Mei Er's current cultivation, you can't use this pill. A 4th level Supreme Realm expert would not dare to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Unless I have reached the martial emperor realm, even an ordinary martial emperor would not dare to use it easily. After all, this great cyclic pellet has already mutated. Only those super martial emperor powerhouses can control and resist the power of a peerless mutated great cyclic pellet. However, don't worry. Tier 4 and 5 medicinal pills are peerless existences. They can also allow your cultivation to increase rapidly. This medicinal pill is a once-in-a-thousand-years pill. It'll be extremely difficult to refine a peerless and mutated one again. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian explained the power of the pill. Even he had only managed to deplete the potency of the Great Rejuvenation pill he had taken previously. He did not dare to try such a peerless grade mutated Great Recovery pill now.
Of course we know about that.
However, the other experts should be very interested in this pill. I wonder how you'll deal with it, Ling Tian? Tang Qinghua smiled. What they were most concerned about was not the use of this pill, but the fact that other experts would definitely have their eyes on it if they knew about it. After all, the 7th grade Great Cyclic Pellet was a peerless variant, and everyone wanted one. Generally speaking, powerhouses below the 5th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm would not have any interest in this pill. However, powerhouses above the 5th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm were not so easy to talk to. This is nothing. I won't take it out. Even if others exchange it with treasures, I won't agree. Such a pill is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even I don't have the slightest confidence in refining such a pill again. Every time I use it, I'll have one less pill. However, I can refine another cauldron of grade 7 Great Cyclic Pellets or a cauldron of nature pellets. The divine feather pellets are also fine. This way, Longda and the others can use them. Li Lingtian smiled as he led the girls to their living quarters. Although refining pills was very hard, after refining pills this time his realm had also broken through. This fatigue was also overturned by his realm, so he did not feel tired anymore. At night, Li Lingtian first went to Shunmei Er's place before going to Huangfu Yuyan's side. He had brought 2 beautiful women to the clouds. This kind of life was something he did not even dare to imagine in the past. After this alchemy session, the powerhouses and alchemists in East River City were impressed by Li Lingtian's alchemy skills. However, on the 2nd day, someone came to congratulate him. This congratulation was fake. Most of them wanted to exchange for some medicinal pills. However, Li Lingtian was refining the same level 7 Great Rejuvenating pill when he arrived. He was disappointed that he did not encounter any pill tribulation this time. However, what made him excited was that at the last moment of this 7th grade pill, a trace of pill tribulation appeared in the heaven and earth creation cauldron. It was the pill tribulation left behind by the Great Rejuvenating pill last time. The mysterious light brought the Great Rejuvenating pill to the pinnacle grade and also had a trace of mutation. Although this medicinal pill was not a true variant Great Cyclic pill, it was still a peerless existence. With such a medicinal pill, he could naturally deceive them. Even if other experts needed the Great Cyclic pellet, he could also use this medicinal pill to exchange for it. In 4 days, the spirit infusion of the 7th grade medicinal pill appeared twice in the small world, which made the experts of East River City extremely excited. On the 5th day, the great elder of East River City, Jiang Feng, came. Congratulations, Alchemy Saint, for refining a Tier 7 medicinal pill. With a faint smile on his face, Jiang Feng greeted Li Lingtian with a fist salute. Grand Elder has come. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Li Lingtian returned the greeting.
He was now a true saint alchemist.
If he were to take out the Tier 7 mutated peerless pill, even a Tier 8 saint alchemist would have to look up to him. With this identity, the confidence in his heart had also increased greatly. Calling himself yours truly was also a symbol of an overlord or an expert. Only a super powerhouse would carry his original name. Li Lingtian rarely used his original name in the past because he believed that his cultivation was insufficient. Even if he had the identity of a holy alchemist, that identity was fake. There was still a certain distance between him and a true saint alchemist. Now that he had refined such a great recovery pill, he was qualified to call himself a saint alchemist. Jiang Feng could also hear Li Lingtian's self-address, but he did not think much of it. This was because it was normal for a holy alchemist to address him in such a manner. Furthermore, many revered martial artists referred to themselves as their true selves. Li Lingtian, as a divine alchemist, was a martial emperor, revered martial artist who could ignore everything. "You're too polite, alchemy saint. I'm just here to chat." Jiang Feng smiled. He was an 8th heaven martial monarch realm expert and was definitely one of the 3 strongest experts in East River City. Billions of powerhouses had to be respectful in front of him, yet he had to be polite in front of Li Lingtian. If anyone were to witness this scene, he wondered how shocked they would be. No matter where he was, an 8th heaven martial emperor was a super powerhouse who was like an overlord. First elder, please." Li Lingtian brought Jiang Feng to a pavilion with a wonderful view and sat down. Qingling had prepared fragrant tea and some spirit fruits. The two of them chatted as they sipped their tea. In the end, Li Lingtian did not say anything when he saw Jiang Feng's hesitant expression. He had come to East River City and had to establish a foothold here. Naturally, he would not go too far. He was a supreme realm expert while the other party was an 8th level martial emperor. It would not be good if he made the other party look bad. "Great elder, you came at the right time. I just refined the medicinal pill these 2 days and haven't had the time to appraise it. It just so happens that Great Elder is here. Let's have a chat." Li Lingtian smiled. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he retrieved a bottle of recover pills and poured one out. The pill floated in the air before Li Lingtian placed the jade bottle on the stone table. "Shup. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint is powerful. It's actually a peerless mutated great cyclic pellet. Guorang is powerful, powerful, powerful." Jiang Feng looked at the pill in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. He stood up as well. He knew that Li Lingtian had refined a Tier 7 pill, and that it was refined under the pill tribulation. However, he never expected that this medicinal pill was the Great Rejuvenating Pill, because the Great Rejuvenating Pill was the most powerful medicinal pill among the Level 7 medicinal pills. Very few people knew the pill formula. Even if they knew the pill formula, they would not be able to find these rare medicinal herbs, let alone refine them. The difficulty of refining a cauldron of Great Rejuvenating Pill was absolutely 100 times that of other 7th-grade medicinal pills. One could imagine how precious the Recover Pill was. He did not expect Li Lingtian to refine the Recover Pill. More importantly, this Great Cyclic Pellet was a peerless one. A peerless Great Cyclic Pellet almost made him faint. It was fine if he had successfully refined a 7th-grade medicinal pill, but he had refined a Great Cyclic Pellet. It was fine if he had refined a Great Cyclic Pellet, but he had refined a peerless Great Cyclic Pellet. Moreover, this Great Cyclic Pellet had a pill tribulation. It was already a mutated Great Cyclic Pellet. In the divine martial continent, no one had ever heard of a peerless medicinal pill, let alone a peerless Great Cyclic Pill. Naturally, there was no peerless Great Cyclic Pill. Who knew how many opportunities it would take to encounter all of this together? In other words, it was impossible to encounter such a medicinal pill in a billionth of a chance. This was already a legend that could not be replicated. Such a medicinal pill, even a Tier 8 medicinal pill, was also incomparable. "Great Elder, you flatter me. This is just a bit of luck." Li Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Jiang Feng's expression. He was extremely satisfied as this was his masterpiece and achievement. "Luck, it's indeed luck. However, this trace of luck is only 1/1000th of the success of the pill. If you don't have such strength, you naturally won't be able to refine a peerless Great Cyclic Pill. Encountering a pill tribulation is luck. Only true strength can bring a trace of luck. This trace of luck is undoubtedly icing on the cake. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement when he heard Li Lingtian's words. Li Lingtian's alchemy Dao was unquestionable, and he had never seen such a powerful person before. As for the pill tribulation, this was luck. However, this luck would only appear under the premise of strength. If you could not refine a grade 7 medicinal pill, where would you get the luck to obtain the pill tribulation? I'm very happy to hear what Great Elder said. This great recovery pill is for First Elder. I don't have much confidence in refining such a pill. If it's a peerless, great rejuvenating pill, I have a trace of confidence if I have the materials. However, if it's a pill tribulation, then it's the will of the heavens. Please take this pill back with you, First Elder. Consider it a little gift from
me.
Li Lingtian took out another 12 jade bottles. Since the grade 7 mutated peerless great rejuvenating pills could not be stored together, he used a jade bottle for each pill. There were 12 jade bottles, and each of the 12 people had one pill. The pill that the Great Elder had given him was also a favor. No one objected to him having one more pill. Others would only give this pill face. This one is embarrassed to say such pretentious words. This one will thank you on behalf of those fellows and the city lord. If there's anything I can use, I won't even frown. First Elder Jiangfeng was so excited that he almost jumped up. Even if he was an 8th level martial emperor, it was impossible for him not to be tempted by such a pill. With his cultivation and strength, there weren't many things that could move him. This level 7 mutated, peerless, great recovery pill was undoubtedly the thing that moved him the most. Chapter 449, 100,000-Year Purple Coral. Great Elder is too polite. If there really is something, this seat will definitely nag Great Elder. Li Lingtian laughed out loud after he finished speaking. He laughed naturally and did not feel restrained or fearful even though he was facing an 8th heaven martial emperor. It is my honor that you think highly of me, right? This is a 100,000-year-old purple coral that I obtained in the Tianhe zone 100 years ago. If I sell it for money, it would be a waste. If it's in the hands of the alchemy saint, its true value will naturally be reflected. I hope that the alchemy saint won't mind. At this moment, First Elder Jiangfeng was completely different from when he came. Initially, he did not pay much attention to Li Lingtian, a saint alchemist. However, when he saw Li Lingtian's grade 7 great rejuvenating pill, his attitude changed completely. If a martial emperor wanted to advance and reach a higher realm, this alchemy saint before him was undoubtedly the greatest support. No matter how powerful the other alchemy saints were, they could only refine some ordinary 7th grade Lu pills. They did not expect Li Lingtian's alchemy arts to be so powerful that the pills he refined were beyond their imagination. Moreover, Li Lingtian was only 21 years old. He had already become a martial honor, and his alchemy Dao could improve further. At that time, a divine pill refiner might appear in the divine martial continent. Even the legendary martial god had to look up to the martial emperors and martial saints in the world. This saint alchemist wasn't too eye-catching yet, so it was a good opportunity to curry favor with him. However, once he stood at the peak of the divine martial continent, he wouldn't be qualified to curry favor with him anymore. 100,000-year purple coral. I really can't accept such a big gift from the Great Elder. Li Lingtian looked at the purple coral in Jiang Feng's hand in astonishment. As a holy alchemist, he naturally understood what 100,000-year-old purple coral represented. It was a miraculous ingredient for refining a super pill. This was a rare treasure that only appeared once every 10,000 years. He didn't expect it to appear in Jiang Feng's hands. He was very interested in this purple coral, but he couldn't accept it easily, lest he took advantage of it. If Alchemy Saint is like this, then this one will really be ashamed. Although 100,000-year-old purple coral is rare, it is still far from being comparable to Alchemy Saint's peerless Great Recovery Pill. To us martial artists, a grade 7 mutated peerless Great Recovery Pill is definitely more valuable than all the medicinal herbs. Even if you don't accept this purple coral, do you think I'll be embarrassed to ask you to refine pills in the future? I'm not a thin-skinned person, hee. Jiang Feng's heart sank when he saw Li Lingtian's rejection. He then reacted. He understood that Li Lingtian did not want to owe anyone a favor. For a holy alchemist, it would be annoying if someone came to request for alchemy every day. He was an 8th heaven martial emperor expert with vast knowledge and was extremely tactful in handling matters. His words were also just right. Li Lingtian had no reason to refuse. Since the other party had already said so, he would be offending them if he refused. Since that's the case, then this seat will accept it. In the future, if Great Elder needs to refine pills, this one will do his best, haha. Li Lingtian laughed dryly after he finished speaking. Since others had said so, they must be looking for him to refine elixirs in the future. Since that was the case, it would not be a hardship to accept it. If you don't have any instructions, I'll take my leave first. The first elder was overjoyed when he saw Li Lingtian accepting the purple coral as a promise to help him refine pills in the future. A person like him had foresight. Otherwise, he would not have fawned over Li Lingtian. Then, Great Elder, please send my regards to the city lord and the others. First Elder Li Lingtian sent the pocket dimension out with a confident smile on his face. He was elegant and graceful. There were no other martial artists in the small world, so he naturally had to personally send them out. If he did not send them out, it would be too rude. After sending Jiang Feng off, Li Lingtian turned around and returned to his residence. He left. When Huangfu Yuyan saw Li Lingtian return, she went forward to pull him and asked gently, I didn't expect you to give me 100,000-year-old purple coral. Li Lingtian took out the purple coral from the divine dragon ring and immediately, a faint mysterious aura was emitted. Purple coral was a natural treasure at the bottom of the sea and one of the most magical medicinal herbs in the sea. The purple coral on his palm seemed to have turned into a spirit. It was as clear as a purple crystal. It really is purple coral. 100,000-year-old purple coral. A true treasure. Is this for pill refining or for playing Big Brother Lingtian? It should be all for alchemy. If it was for fun, Jiang Feng wouldn't have taken it out. He wouldn't be able to take it out either. The girls took the purple coral and carefully examined it. It was like a toy. If Li Lingtian had not been a holy alchemist and had a good understanding of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he would not have believed that this was the real purple coral. However, 100,000-year-old natural treasure had long become a spirit. This purple coral was the same, but this purple coral was sealed by a mysterious restriction. I can't use it for the time being. However, if I want to refine a tier 8 or 9 medicinal pill, I will naturally need the purple coral. But if I can't find any other purple coral to replace it, I'll use this purple coral to refine pills. Li Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the girls' reluctance to part with him. Girls would like pretty things. This was also a girl's nature. Right now, she could only refine tier 7 medicinal pills, so she naturally did not need the 100,000-year-old purple coral. If she could not find other purple corals when she refined tier 8 and tier 9 medicinal pills, she would use this as a replacement. I'll play with this purple coral for a few days first. Tang Qingyue held the purple coral in her arms as if she was worried that Li Lingtian would snatch it back. She did not look like an icy beauty at all, but a gentle little girl. All right, I'll let you play with this purple coral. I don't need it now anyway. Li Lingtian smiled. He had no intention of taking it back. As long as they liked it, he would search the world for it even if they did not have it, let alone having it now. The few girls started chattering and discussing how many days each of them would play. Li Lingtian watched from the side with a happy smile on his face. He was most relaxed when he was in front of his woman.
Oh, right.
Tomorrow, we will open up the pill refining market and sell some pills that we don't need. At the same time, I also help others refine pills. However, there is a corresponding price to pay. Let's discuss it. After waiting for a long time, Li Lingtian thought of what he had to do next. He was now a celebrity. Although he didn't go to East River City, his reputation would be known by the entire city in no time. By then, the entire Tianhe region would know of his existence. It was not a big deal for a martial monarch realm expert to appear. However, an additional spirit alchemist would definitely attract the attention of countless experts. Countless experts would fawn over them. Moreover, a saint alchemist who had refined a peerless grade mutated great rejuvenating pill would definitely attract countless martial venerables and martial emperors. Moreover, no matter when, there were countless people protecting the spirit alchemist, let alone the saint alchemist. Yes, Huang Fuyuyan and the other girls quieted down as they surrounded Li Lingtian. They would be extremely obedient when it came to serious matters. Lingtian, your alchemy skills have already reached an extreme. Just by relying on the grade 7 mutated great rejuvenating pill, you can make countless martial emperor powerhouses go crazy over it. I won't say fawning over you, but there will definitely be many people who come to get close to you. If everyone comes to get close to you, you won't be able to handle it, and it will also affect your cultivation. I suggest that we only accept martial emperor powerhouses. As long as they agree to our conditions, they can help us refine pills. As for the other powerhouses, we can sell some pills when we're in the mood. Tang Qinghua voiced her thoughts. In the past, they would have been afraid of even grandmasters and martial emperors. However, now that Li Lingtian had become a martial honor, they had set their sights higher. A supreme realm expert could not help them at all. Only a martial emperor realm expert was qualified to pull ties with them. Moreover, there were countless experts in this world. Now that he had pulled a favor, he would never be able to repay it in the future. Blue Moon is right. Let's set a rule, and you must follow our rules. But don't give up on low-level martial artists. After all, low-level martial artists are the foundation of this world. Many treasures and natural treasures come from low-level martial artists. We'll spend half of our time taking care of the low-level warriors and the other half taking care of the super experts. By then, our position will be stable. Even the East River City and the Tianhe Zone won't be able to shake us. Huang Fuyuyan also agreed with Tang Qinghua's idea and added a lot. Husband, if this continues, we will have another advantage. We will slowly pull the warriors of the Green Continent to our side secretly. We will not let the fertile water fall into the fields of outsiders. No matter what, you are all from the Green Continent, the common enemy of the demon race. This way, your unity will be more stable. Shunmei are also suggested that they should give some benefits to the Green Islands warriors in Spirit City. Naturally, Shunmei understood Li Lingtian's intention to arrange for the Green Islands warriors to stay in Spirit City. This way, the Queen's palace could be strengthened quickly. Li Lingtian was her husband, and not an outsider. Once the Queen's palace became powerful, Li Lingtian would have a foothold. All right, your suggestions are not bad. Wait a moment, I will sort out these things, and let us discuss it later. One person is never as strong as unity. Li Lingtian smiled. It was good for a woman to be beautiful, but it was not good for a woman to become a vase. These girls were all extremely intelligent. They were all monstrous existences in any place. It was just that they did not fully display their intelligence when they followed him. After saying that, he walked into the cave and returned to his room. He began to ponder and calculate the entire situation. To do something, one had to consider not only the immediate situation, but also the impact and consequences of the matter. Moreover, no matter the impact or consequences, they had to be in control. Chapter 450: Scattering Medicinal Pills. Although East River City was one of the 4 major cities in the Tianhe Zone, it was definitely the worst among the 4 major cities. Whether it was resources, martial artists' strength, or overall conditions, they could not compare to the other 3 cities. Fortunately, there had not been any major wars in the 4 cities over the years, which was one of the reasons why the martial artists of East River City could cultivate in peace. East River City, which had always been quiet, could not be quiet for a while. This was because East River City had produced a powerful saint alchemist. The saint alchemist lived in a 2-layered heaven small world, which was also named a small world. On the peak of this small world, there was a magical pill refiner. His powerful alchemy skills were admirable because this alchemy saint had refined a Tier 7 medicinal pill and had even obtained a pill tribulation while refining it. Moreover, it was unknown who spread the news that the pill refined by the saint alchemist in the small world was a Tier 7 great rejuvenating pill. It was the most magical and powerful pill among Tier 7 pills. Not only was this pill difficult to refine, but the medicinal herbs were also difficult to find. However, the power of this medicinal pill was indeed the top existence among Tier 7 medicinal pills. However, this powerful saint alchemist had not only refined a level 7 great cyclic pill, but it was also a mutated peerless great cyclic pill. The combination of peerless grade and mutation, 2 things that were hard to come by in 10,000 years, together with the miraculous great cyclic pellet, this pill was a miracle of the divine martial continent. I heard that the saint alchemist in the small world refined a Tier 7 great cyclic pill. I wonder if it's true? This is definitely true. Moreover, this news came from the city lord's mansion. It is said that the great elder also obtained a great recovery pill. This great cyclic pellet isn't that simple, because this great cyclic pellet is a peerless grade variant of the great cyclic pellet. Its power is simply heaven-defying. Even a level 8 medicinal pill isn't as powerful and magical as this medicinal pill. What is it? A peerless great cyclic pellet, and a mutated one at that. Are you kidding me? Shut up. Be careful that someone hears your words and gets sent to the small world. Don't even think about getting the medicinal pill in the future. It's just that only super martial emperor powerhouses can use such pills. We can't get our hands on them. Even if we do, we can't use them. Are you stupid? A saint alchemist can refine a Tier 7 peerless medicinal pill. Refining some low-tier medicinal pills is just like refining for fun. That's true. It seems that rumors have spread in the small world that they want to sell some medicinal pills to the outside world. They can also help people refine medicinal pills. This shouldn't be true. After all, a saint alchemist is too far away from us. We might not even be able to obtain the pills that they take out. You're wrong. This time, the pill saint master has already spread the word that as long as there are medicinal herbs to exchange, it will be fine. In the East River City, there were small world saint alchemists and great cyclic pills everywhere. Wherever there were warriors, there would be small worlds and great cyclic pills. The entire city was in an uproar. Countless experts wanted to use precious medicinal herbs to exchange for some precious medicinal pills. Li Lingtian paid no attention to the situation in the city. After some contemplation at his residence, he finally sorted out some matters. Of the 4 cities in the Tianhe Zone, he was in the weakest city, East River City. Since he didn't have a foothold in East River City, he naturally couldn't have a foothold in the Tianhe Zone. Therefore, he still had to rope in some martial emperor powerhouses. He could not count on the powerhouses from the city lord's estate in East River City. He could only start with some scattered powerhouses. As long as he had medicinal pills, he was not afraid that no experts would come to seek refuge. Some low-level martial artists could also be used to inquire about information and find treasures. He could recruit super martial emperor powerhouses with medicinal pills, but they had to be loyal. As long as he had a foothold in East River City, he would slowly invade the other 3 cities in the future. His reputation and pills would spread to other places in less than a month, so he had to establish his own power as soon as possible. On this day, the array formation of the small world opened a passageway, and exquisite pavilions appeared in front of everyone. Any news that spread in East River City would cause a sensation. The news was that the small world was distributing medicinal pills. Warriors below the martial emperor realm, the top 10,000 martial artists, had the hope of obtaining a medicinal pill refined by a divine pill pavilion's Saint Alchemist for free. When the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in East River City. Early that day, countless martial artists were waiting outside the small world. The array was activated, and an immortal realm appeared in the sight of all the experts. Seeing this small world, countless martial artists were shocked. In the past, this place was not so beautiful at all, but now this place had become a fairyland. The small world, every flower, every grass, everything, they were all personally cultivated by the alchemy saint. In this place, we must carefully destroy every flower, grass, thing, and object. The small world is a place for alchemy saint to cultivate. There must not be any noise. Although the array of the small world had been activated, they did not dare to enter it easily. This was because this place belonged to the sacred alchemist. In their eyes, the sacred alchemist was undoubtedly an existence that was even more transcendent than a martial emperor powerhouse. At this moment, a 16 or 17-year-old girl floated in front of the small world. The girl was wearing a light green robe and was refining pills exquisitely. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. This person was none other than Li Lingtian's maid, Qingling. Although she did not stand out among the other girls, she was definitely a peerless beauty. Experts above the martial emperor realm must leave within 10 seconds. Qingling said calmly. She looked at the countless warriors in front of her. Those who came were all martial spirits, martial kings, martial grandmasters, martial emperors, and even martial emperors. If the Divine Pill Pavilion wanted to establish its own force, it had to have its own rules. These rules were for others to follow and make these rules a habit. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Countless experts retreated quickly. Experts above the martial emperor realm all left quickly. Everyone knew the reputation of the small world. Even if they doubted the strength of the small world, they would not stand out. There are 20,000 spirit stones here. Everyone can choose one. King looked at the scene before her with satisfaction. She was elated. As a martial arts grandmaster, he could make all the powerhouses in the world submit to him with just a word. Although he had Li Lingtian's reputation, he was her son and her man. She was more proud of him than anything else. Countless experts didn't know what Qingling wanted to do, but they were all curious. Everyone chose a spirit stone. There were 2 types of spirit stones here. One of them was of the water attribute, while the other was of the fire attribute. So it's drawing lots, choosing 1 out of 2. Countless experts saw the 2 types of spirit stones. Each type of spirit stone was worth 10,000 yuan. In other words, those who obtained these spirit stones had a 50% chance of obtaining the pill. In the distance, countless martial monarchs, martial supremes, and martial sovereigns watched everything curiously. They did not say anything and wanted to see what pills the small world could take out. Everyone has made your choice. Now, I'll announce that those who have obtained a water-type spirit stone, congratulations on obtaining a mid-grade water-type spirit stone. You can retreat 5 miles away in 10 seconds. If you want to take out your own fire spirit stones to impersonate them, you will bear the consequences. Qingling had a faint smile on her face. Her words dispelled the thoughts of countless warriors. Although the spirit stones were the same, If someone did something to them, they would be able to tell at a glance that the spirit stones they took were the same. When that time came, they would be killed for nothing. Warrior spirits, warrior kings, martial grandmasters, and martial emperors split into 4 teams. Qingling saw that some of the cultivators who were preparing to fake it gave up on this plan and was extremely satisfied. Then, he asked all the experts who had obtained fire-type spirit stones to stand in line. Although it was still a little embarrassing for a martial artist to line up like this, for the sake of the pill, they could only obey. Soon, the 10,000 powerhouses with fire-type spirit stones stood in their respective groups according to their cultivation realms. Under the anticipation of countless martial artists, 3 beautiful girls walked out. The 3 girls were all about the same age, about 17 or 18 years old. They were Xiao Xiao, Qingping, and Lu Min. They were Tang Ziming and Tang Qingyue's handmaidens, while Li Xiao Xiao was naturally Li Lingtian's handmaiden. Then, Qingling took out some jade bottles and distributed the pills according to the order. Warrior Numinous Stage, 1 Thawing Spirit Pill. Martial King Realm, 1 Void Spirit Pill. Martial Ancestor Realm, 1 Purple Jade Pill. Martial Royal Realm, 1 Qingyang Pill. Qingling said. Her voice was sweet and clear. Although her voice was very soft, her voice was like thunder that reached the ears of all the warriors. Tier 2, 3, 4, and 5 medicinal pills are given away like this. This is heaven-defying. How many pills are we going to give? This is too generous. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint is really powerful. She'll lower your voice. Don't make any noise. Silence. Instantly, all the experts were shocked. 2nd and 3rd grade medicinal pills were nothing. As long as one had spirit stones, they could buy them. However, 4th grade medicinal pills were rarely bought even if one had spirit stones. 5th grade medicinal pills were controlled by large and small factions. They were rarely circulated. They did not expect that the saint alchemist of the small world would give these medicinal pills to others. How could this not shock them? However, someone immediately reminded him that this place could not be noisy. If he angered the alchemy saint, not to mention medicinal pills, even his life would be difficult to protect. Next, Xiao Xiao was in charge of distributing level 2 pills, Qingping was in charge of distributing level 3 pills, Lu Min was in charge of distributing level 4 pills, and Qingling was in charge of distributing level 5 pills. Take out the spirit stones. Don't tell me that I have to take the spirit stones away after getting the pills. Xiao Xiao handed a pill to a Tier 4 warrior spirit disciple. However, when she saw that the disciple did not take out the spirit stones, she spoke in a coquettish voice. Although this was a joke and he didn't blame him, it made the disciple tremble. He quickly took out the spirit stone. This spirit stone was taken out from the small world, so he naturally couldn't take it away. Chapter 451. The Rampage of East River City. Supreme Grade Spirit Binding Pill. After returning the spirit stones to Xiao Xiao, the Tier 4 warrior spirit disciple took a look at the elixir in his hand and was instantly shocked. His expression changed drastically, and he could not help but raise his voice. He was an alchemist. Although he wasn't an alchemy grandmaster, alchemists were very knowledgeable about medicinal pills. Naturally, he could see the quality of this medicinal pill. Supreme Grade Spirit Binding Pill. It's really a peerless product. Alchemy Saint, you refined a Tier 7 mutated, peerless Great Recovery Pill. I didn't expect the other pills to be peerless. But I'm an alchemist, so I naturally wouldn't mistake it. It's definitely a top-grade spirit binding pill. Holding the pill, he looked at the discussions and astonishment of countless martial artists and hurriedly left because the people behind were still waiting. A peerless void spirit pill. A peerless purple jade pill. That supreme grade azure yang pill. A series of low exclamations sounded. These were voices that were completely suppressing their excitement and shock. The martial artists who had obtained the medicinal pills in front of them saw that the medicinal pills in their hands were also peerless existences. It was fine if they were second grade and third grade, but the medicinal pills of fourth grade items were all peerless. How could this not be shocking? What? They are all peerless medicinal pills. Oh my god, do you want me to die? A peerless Azure Yang pill, a peerless purple jade pill, is even more powerful than a tier 5 Azure Yang pill. How is that possible? Why are they all peerless pills? After countless martial artists obtained the medicinal pills, they all carefully put them away, as if they were worried that they would be robbed. For a moment, the revered martial emperor powerhouses in the distance were also shocked. The entire small world outside was in an uproar. The pills that appeared here were all peerless. What was the concept of a peerless pill? It was the first peerless pill that had appeared in the entire divine martial continent. In other words, this pill was a miracle. Moreover, there were even peerless medicinal pills that appeared. These medicinal pills were even casually given away by the sacred alchemist. Be quiet. The area within 50 kilometers of the small world is strictly controlled. This is the last warning. What's a peerless Azure Yang pill? If you are in a good mood, you can also refine the Great Cyclic Pellet for fun. Today, the 10,000 slots of pills have been distributed. Those who didn't get the pills will still have a chance in the future. It's rumored that if you want to obtain a level 6 and level 7 supreme grade pill, it will depend on your abilities. Level 6 and level 7 pills are only allowed to be used by martial emperors. After Qingling distributed the pills, she watched as the countless warriors suppressed their excitement. She was amused, but she put on a serious face and repeated Li Lingtian's words. Although it was very vague, as long as some smart experts thought about it, they would understand the meaning. Swoosh. With a slight sound, the formation of the small world closed. Qingling and the others had disappeared. What appeared in front of the countless experts was a screen of light. All of this was like an illusion. They could not believe that everything in front of them was real. After all, the medicinal pills they took out were all peerless existences. Within 100 miles of the small world, fighting and clamoring are strictly prohibited. This is the rule of the small world's divine pill pavilion. Violators will bear the consequences. A faint voice came from the small world. The voice was ethereal, but it reached the ears of all the experts. Soon, the sound disappeared, and the small world was extremely quiet. All the warriors quickly left the small world with shocked expressions and flew toward East River City. As soon as they entered East River City, the entire city was in an uproar like a bomb. 10,000 martial artists had all obtained peerless pills. From 2nd to 5th grade, they were all of peerless quality. If 1 or 2 were to be said, it would be considered luck. However, all the medicinal pills were peerless. Moreover, the sacred alchemist had given such medicinal pills to others. This meant that the medicinal pills refined by him were all peerless medicinal pills. This was an unimaginably powerful alchemist. His powerful methods made countless experts submit. 10,000 martial artists each received a middle-grade spirit stone. Just this alone was 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. This meant that the small world did not lack spirit stones. The spirit stones were nothing but the pills. No one in the divine martial continent could afford 10,000 peerless pills, let alone 10,000. No one could afford even 1 pill. What a terrifying alchemy technique! This is a miracle of alchemy. In the divine martial continent, this divine pill refiner is definitely one of a kind. Such alchemy skills can be said to be unprecedented. That if I can take this alchemy expert as my master, I'll definitely advance a step further in alchemy. A peerless medicinal pill. In the East River City, countless alchemists were extremely excited. Even if they hadn't really seen this saint alchemist, they were still excited because the pills refined by this saint alchemist were all top grade. This was a legend and miracle of alchemy. The value of these medicinal pills is unimaginable even if they are worth billions. They are priceless treasures. A peerless pill is a priceless treasure. It can't be measured by spirit stones. Taking out so many peerless medicinal pills. Sigh. It's unimaginable. The power of a supreme grade pill is far beyond our imagination. I wonder how many martial artists will break through to a higher realm because of this supreme grade pill. If this alchemy saint uses pills to build a force, absolutely no one can shake it. 2. Although countless super experts did not obtain the medicinal pills, they saw the peerless medicinal pills with their own eyes. Moreover, they saw batches of peerless medicinal pills. They were all extremely shocked. They had never thought that this world could be so crazy. I've broken through to Tier 7 Warrior Spirit. I've broken through to Rank 4 Warrior King. Haha. A peerless pill is indeed powerful after breaking through to the 3rd rank of Martial Arts Grandmaster. 6th level Martial Emperor, breakthrough. 4th level Martial Emperor, breakthrough. Warriors in East River City who had obtained peerless pills kept breaking through. One after another, warriors broke through easily because of peerless pills, and they easily loosened their bottlenecks. For a time, the small world became the holy land of the martial artists of East River City. It became the place that martial artists yearned for the most. This was a holy land for martial artists because if one wanted to break through, the medicinal pills of a small world were undoubtedly one of the most effective methods. The entire East River City was shocked. Every warrior was shocked. However, in the small world, there were birds chirping and flowers' fragrance everywhere. The entire small world was completely a paradise. Li Lingtian and the girls were talking about something that made the girls giggle. The chaos in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He knew how much impact his pills had on East River City. 10,000 medicinal pills were nothing to him. As long as he was in a good mood, he could casually refine a little. Moreover, he still had a large pile of medicinal pills in his hands. Tang Qingwei and the others used the top-grade pills as if they were sugar pills, and their cultivation level soared. With Li Lingtian playing outside, they would not be able to cultivate. Now, East River City has turned upside down, right? Li Lingtian said with a smile. He wanted to use the pills to build a powerful force. He wanted to build an invincible empire of experts, a country of experts that belonged to him. It must be a huge commotion. I believe that Zhang Feng and the others are regretting it too. They shouldn't have spread the news of the Tier 7 medicinal pill. Huang Fuyuyan giggled as she leaned against Li Lingtian. Naturally, they knew that it was Zhang Feng and the others who had spread the news. They did not do anything wrong. All they wanted was to raise Li Lingtian's reputation. However, they did not know that Li Lingtian was so powerful that if he needed a reputation, he could drive all the powerhouses in the world crazy with just one move. Naturally, the upper echelons of East River City wanted to use Li Lingtian's fame to increase the popularity of East River City so that they could compete with the other 3 cities. They never expected Li Lingtian to turn the entire East River City upside down with such a move. Those guys in East River City are too short-sighted. Li Lingtian said calmly. It was understandable that he wanted to increase the popularity of East River City, but he did not understand that the other forces would suppress it if it did. He was right, but everyone's abilities were limited. They were limited to the East River City, but Li Lingtian was looking at the entire Tianhe Zone. He wanted the entire Tianhe Zone to be his stepping stone. Lingtian, since we've already spread the word that we won't have a problem with the pills, will Eastern River City have other thoughts if some powerhouses join us? Tang Qingyue furrowed her brows. East River City had the City Lord's mansion, and no other forces could do anything to it. If they had the power to do so, she wondered how they would deal with the small world. That's easy, Tang Ziming said in a sweet voice with a smile on her face. What is it? Don't tell me you've thought of something? Tang Qinghua looked at Tang Ziming reproachfully when she saw how relaxed Tang Ziming was. Big sister, don't always look at me like that. I just don't want to use my brain, but I'm still very smart. Big brother Ling Tian, don't you think so? Tang Ziming pouted her little mouth as she continued to speak. In the end, she hugged Li Lingtian's arm and shook it in a coquettish manner. Of course, my Meng Meng is the smartest. Tell me, what is your plan? Li Lingtian smiled. He was well aware of Tang Ziming's personality. He knew that Tang Ziming was smart, but he was curious about what she could do. Every powerful alchemist has a powerful super expert protecting them. Big brother Ling Tian is a super pill saint, so it's only natural for him to have a powerful group of guards. We can just build a group of guards. A force of 10,000 martial artists isn't even comparable to a martial emperor. We don't need too many people, as long as they're powerful. It's just a group of guards, and they're all super martial emperor powerhouses. We didn't take out many pills, but the effect was very good. The city lord's estate naturally has nothing to say. Besides, you're the city lord's estate's honorary elder. If they object and we leave, East River City will be completely finished. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's praise, Tang Ziming's rosy lips kissed Li Lingtian's cheek before she told him her plan. Immediately, Ling Tian, Huangfu Yuyan, and the rest were more and more satisfied with what they heard, and their faces revealed excited smiles. This method was indeed the best. A powerful group of guards, all of whom were martial emperor powerhouses, was also in line with the style of the small world. The medicinal pills were top grade, so the guards naturally did not need trash. Chapter 452. Guard Group 1. This is a good idea. The smile on Li Lingtian's face widened after he heard Tang Ziming's suggestion. This method was absolutely perfect. It was normal for a saint alchemist to have a group of guards. It was not too much to have a powerful martial emperor's group of guards. When the time comes, this group of guards will become stronger and stronger. With the addition of the war god, they can definitely stand on their own and even become the overlord of a region. Let's not talk about other places. In less than 5 years, the Azure Continent, and the Black Continent will be able to sweep across the 3 continents. We will have a place in the Divine Martial Continent. Huangfu Yuyan was elated as well. No matter what, she was paving the way for Li Lingtian. Even if it was cultivation, she was doing it for Li Lingtian. Now that she had such a good idea, she would not give up. All right, let's do it this way. Yuyan and Qingling will handle this. Qingyu and Mei will help me concoct pills. Meng Meng and Xiao Xiao will handle the small world. Li Lingtian made up his mind and began to make arrangements. With Huangfu Yuyan's experience, she was definitely the best candidate. With Huangfu Yuyan and Qingling, he would naturally be able to handle these matters. There was no need to leave the small world to do these things, so he would not worry about their safety. In his heart, the guards were just a starting point. His true goal was to build an empire of experts that could sweep the world. All right, it's decided. However, I should summon the war god. That way, Yi Feng and the rest can handle some matters outside. Huangfu Yuyan agreed. However, when she remembered that the war god was still in Green Island, she reminded Li Lingtian that although she was experienced and could be Li Lingtian's assistant in handling matters, she knew how to balance the pros and cons. At all times, she had to put Li Lingtian at the center. This was a basic requirement for a woman to understand her place. Yes, we can summon the war god now. That's all for now. I'll start refining pills in 2 days. Although we don't need low-level martial artists have their uses too. I'll refine some of the herbs into pills to avoid wasting them. Li Lingtian nodded with a confident smile on his face. He did not expect the matter to be resolved so easily. Following that, Li Lingtian began refining pills. The pills he was refining were all below grade 5. Naturally, it was easy for him to refine 10 cauldrons of pills a day. Moreover, he had Tang Qingyue and Shen Mei by his side, so he was naturally in a good mood. After concocting the pills, he would be massaged by two beautiful women. Such days made him extremely intoxicated.
Time passed day by day.
Countless powerhouses tried to curry favor with Li Lingtian, but they had no chance at all. This was also a psychological strategy of Huang Fuyuyan.
What she couldn't get was the best.
After making these experts anxious for a period of time, she would give them a chance. This would also have a better effect. Moreover, this reassured the upper echelons of East River City. Although they knew that Li Lingtian had a great influence, he did not use his influence to stir up East River City. This was what they wanted to see the most. Li Lingtian did not care about the outside world at all. Instead, he was refining elixirs in the pocket dimension. Husband, there are no more herbs under 100 years old. Shun Mei looked at the medicinal herbs that were cleared out from the storage bag. All the medicinal herbs that were under 100 years old had been refined into pills by Li Lingtian. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 jade bottles in the storage bags beside them. They were all first and second-grade medicinal pills, and there were also some third-grade medicinal pills. With Li Lingtian's alchemy skills, it was easy for him to refine a 100-year-old herb into a grade 3 pill. Refining a grade 1 or grade 2 pill would only take a few minutes. Tang Qingyue counted the pills and packed them up. As long as Li Lingtian was serious, he could refine 50 bottles of Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills in one day. Moreover, the pills were all peerless. For a grade 3 pill, it would take 10 minutes to refine a cauldron. In a day, he would have to refine 20 to 30 bottles. For a grade 4 pill, he could only refine 4 cauldrons in an hour. For a grade 5 pill, he could refine 3 cauldrons in an hour. In 2 months, they had basically run out of 100-year-old medicinal herbs. They had even used up a lot of 500-year-old medicinal herbs. However, Li Lingtian had obtained these herbs from other warriors. For example, the Dishi family and the House of Storms had obtained tens of thousands of storage pouches. He had countless spiritual stones in his possession. After a rough calculation, he had more than 3 trillion spiritual stones on him. This was mainly from the martial emperor powerhouses in the House of Storms. The amount of slaughter and the resources they obtained were unimaginable. To used up all the 100-year-old herbs. I'll try to refine all the herbs under 1,000-year-old in this period of time. In the future, there will be fewer opportunities to refine pills like this. Li Lingtian took a short break with a faint smile on his face. In the past, when he refined pills, he did not realize that refining pills could also increase his cultivation. After observing the consumption, he quickly recovered. At the same time, his cultivation increased rapidly, even faster than meditation. Li Lingtian naturally enjoyed refining pills after discovering such benefits. Refining pills could quickly increase one's cultivation and obtain medicinal pills. Such a thing could kill several birds with one stone. Okay, then I'll prepare the 4th and 5th grade medicinal herbs. This time, husband should refine the purple jade pill and the azure yang pill. Shun Mei nodded obediently. As time passed, even if they didn't know how to concoct pills, they had learned a lot about it. This was because they watched Li Lingtian refine pills after they had sorted out the herbs and pills. Li Lingtian's alchemy had completely changed their view of alchemists. This was because Li Lingtian was not as eccentric as those buts. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's alchemy was a form of art. His hands were light, and his fingers were like butterflies flipping flowers. The two of them were extremely excited. This was not alchemy, but a beautiful dance. That's good. I don't lack any medicinal ingredients anyway. I'll refine the purple jade pill and the azure yang pill. Li Lingtian nodded and began warming the cauldron. One herb after another was added into the cauldron. After a dozen minutes, the cauldron was opened and a series of lights and shadows appeared. Tang Qingyue had already prepared a jade bottle to store the light shadow. With such tacit cooperation, the three of them had reached a flawless level. Just like that, the three of them refined pills for another 3 months. This time, the pill refinement took a total of 5 months. All the medicinal herbs below 1,000 years were refined into medicinal pills. However, they didn't spend every day in this place to refine pills. They only spent half of their time refining pills every day, and the rest of the time was normal cultivation and life. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied with Huang Fuyian's handling of the matter. A guard group was officially established in the small world. The powerhouses who joined the guard group had to be at least at the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm. Martial emperors who joined the guard group would receive pills refined by saint alchemists. Furthermore, the more loyal they were, the higher their cultivation was and the more benefits they would receive. In 5 months, the number of martial emperor powerhouses in the guard group had reached 2. There were 2 guards at the 3rd heaven of the martial emperor realm and above. These martial emperor powerhouses were only allowed to join after going through countless tests. Otherwise, it would not look good if a few traitors came. In an instant, the strength of the small world soared. Although it was not a big force, the powerhouses inside were all martial emperor powerhouses, the top martial emperors. Moreover, the Divine Pill Pavilion had also been established. This Divine Pill Pavilion was specially targeted at low-level martial artists. In the eyes of the Divine Pill Pavilion, low-level martial artists were existences below the martial emperor realm. As long as there were precious medicinal herbs and they were loyal to the Divine Pill Pavilion, they could exchange them for medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that appeared in the Divine Pill Pavilion were all peerless existences. Moreover, the Divine Pill Pavilion had also announced that the Divine Pill Pavilion would not accept the call of spirit stones. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when a woman in her 20s came before him and bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian and the others. The lady was also a martial emperor powerhouse in the pocket dimension. The core of the pocket dimension was where Li Lingtian and the others lived. Naturally, no men were allowed to enter. Only a few women were allowed to enter. These were the 6 martial emperors among the 100 guards. She was Yun Mengyao, the strongest woman in the group of guards at the 3rd heaven of martial emperor realm. Your Excellency, the people of East River City would like to see you. Yun Mingyao's entire body was filled with an icy cold aura as she respectfully said. With the ice attribute, she naturally had an icy cold appearance. Yes, I understand. Li Lingtian nodded and began to ponder. He then stood up and shouted at Long Longda, was the commander of the guards and Li Lingtian's most trusted person. Then, he greeted Huang Fuyian and the others before leaving the small world with Longda. After leaving the small world, there was a beast carriage waiting outside the small world. Li Lingtian did not say a word either. Instead, he got into the beast carriage and it sped toward East River City. After an hour, the beast carriage stopped in the plaza. Li Lingtian calmed himself down and strolled into the hall with a faint smile on his face. After passing through a few passages, they arrived in front of the teleportation array. At this time, there were already people waiting. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, he did not say a word but bowed respectfully before activating the teleportation portal. With a slight shake, the teleportation array transported the 2 of them to the other side, in front of the hall. Li Lingtian had been to this place with Wu Yin previously. However, he did not go to the main hall but stayed in the side hall instead. There were already people waiting in the hall. Li Lingtian strolled inside. There were a total of 12 super powerhouses in the hall, and each of them was a 7th heaven martial emperor or above. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw these powerhouses. The East River City was indeed powerful. The city lord's mansion was filled with such powerful powerhouses. Any one of them would be a force to be reckoned with in the Azure continent. Although he was shocked, Li Lingtian maintained a smile on his face. He looked so calm that no one could tell what he was thinking. The 12 powerhouses in the hall were astonished by Li Lingtian's calm demeanor. It was not easy for him to remain calm in the face of such a powerful lineup. Chapter 453. The Secret of the Tianhe Zone. Li Lingtian greets the city lord and elders. Li Lingtian walked step by step to the center of the hall. He then bowed to the middle-aged man sitting in the center before he cupped his fists and saluted the other elders. He was courteous, but neither humble nor respectful. He did not put on a high profile, nor did he lower his status. Even if he was facing a super martial emperor powerhouse, he could still do this because this was the dignity of a saint alchemist. Sir Lingtian, please take a seat. Although Dong Haiyu felt uncomfortable seeing Li Lingtian's reaction, he understood that the young man had the right to be proud and had the status to be proud. Although he was the city lord of the East River City, his strength was unfathomable and his influence was huge. However, this saint alchemist in front of him was an existence that countless experts looked up to. Moreover, he was a figure in the Alchemist Guild. In comparison, he was nothing. Thank you, City Lord. When Li Lingtian saw an empty seat, he did not hesitate to take it. Longda stood beside him, his face expressionless, but the dragon roar battle halberd in his hand was emitting a faint dragon aura. Li Lingtian understood that East River City had a total of 10 elders, 1 castellan and 1 deputy castellan. Naturally, this seat was reserved for him. As an honorary elder, he would not sit with the other elders. The arrangement of the seats was also very particular. They were not with the 10 great elders, but were below the city lord. Such a place gave Li Lingtian a seat with no restrictions. It was not under the jurisdiction of the city lord, but it was under the jurisdiction of East River City. This was the rule of East River City that had to be followed. Thank you for the pill you gave me last time. I didn't expect you to reach such a high level in alchemy. It's hard to find an alchemy expert like you in the divine martial continent. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not speak after taking a seat and the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat stifling, Dong Hu started to chat. City Lord, you flatter me. The divine martial continent is so powerful. A mere alchemy saint is nothing. A peerless pill is just luck. I don't have the confidence to refine another peerless pill. Li Lingtian replied with a faint smile. He was used to such superficial politeness and naturally would not be pleased with such flattery. You're too humble, alchemy saint. The peerless grade great cyclic pellet you refined was peerless twice. This isn't luck. It's all thanks to alchemy saint strength. During this period of time, the small world has produced countless pills. This has contributed to East River City and brought good news to the martial artists of East River City. This is the blessing of everyone in East River City who cultivated in their previous life. As a vice city lord and a member of the East River family, East River Ling was wary of Li Lingtian's influence. He could not help but think highly of Li Lingtian when he saw how tactful he was. Although the young man in front of him was only at the martial honored realm, his alchemy skills were powerful. This powerful alchemy skill was definitely not something that an ordinary martial emperor could compare to. This position had already surpassed the momentum of a martial emperor realm powerhouse. Haha, Vice City Lord, you flatter me. Li Lingtian was no longer humble. He merely laughed. Since he was invited, he should let the other party speak first if there was anything he needed. He was not a 3-year-old child, so he naturally would not ask passively. All of a sudden, the 10 elders in the hall congratulated Li Lingtian with compliments. Li Lingtian returned the greetings one by one without leaving a single drop of water behind. This time, I invited you here because I have a matter that I need your help with. After a long time, Dong Haiyu noticed that Li Lingtian was a man of impeccable integrity and was tactful in his handling of matters. It was completely out of line with his age. He then recalled that this young man was a saint alchemist, a mysterious saint alchemist. His mood was naturally incomparably strong. If he wanted to continue wasting time like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to outlast him. City Lord is too polite. I'm an honorary elder of East River City. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. Li Lingtian smiled. He knew that Dong Hu and the others must have something to tell him. He could not help but voice his thoughts now. Although his words were very pleasant to hear, he did not say anything. If there was really something, he could completely reject it. It would depend on what it was. It's your first time here, Alchemy Saint. You don't know much about the Tianhe region. There are 4 major cities in the Tianhe region. The East River City is the weakest, but the truly powerful one is the Tianhe region. The Tianhe region is the center of the 4 major cities and controls the entire Tianhe region. Every 10 years, the 4 major cities of the Tianhe district will compete. Naturally, the winner will get more resources. It's time for the Tianhe zone's once-in-a-decade gathering again. This is also the day of competition. The competitors are 5 martial sovereigns and 5 martial honors in every big city. For big cities, plus the 4 big families of the Tianhe district, each has 8 forces competing. Although you're a revered martial artist, your strength is not something that an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse can compare to. That's why I invited you here for this matter in the Tianhe region. Dong Hu didn't hide anything and directly told him about the Tianhe zone. Li Lingtian listened attentively. The smile on his face remained unchanged, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The participants were all supreme martial honors and martial sovereigns. However, there's a rule that the elders of each city and force could not participate. This way, it could reduce the cheating of the 4 cities and 4 families. Moreover, every participant only had 1 chance and could not participate a second time. City Lord, do you think I will participate in this competition? Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before he looked at Dong Hu with a calm expression. Even though he was not afraid of Dong Hu, this place belonged to Dong Hu. Moreover, any martial emperor powerhouse here could kill him. No matter what, he had to see what benefits there were in participating in this competition. If there were no benefits, he would not participate. They should have understood his importance in East River City. If that was the case, they would definitely have some confidence in him if they still chose him to participate. With the power of East River City, it was easy to find out his identity and strength, as well as some things in the past. I believe that you will go, because the competition this time is different from the previous ones. This time, as long as you get the first place, you will be able to become the support of the Tianhe region. In the Tianhe region, you will definitely be second only to 1 person and above all others. Moreover, the experts participating in this competition will enter the forbidden area of the Tianhe region. There are countless treasures and precious medicinal herbs inside. The forbidden area of the Tianhe region opens once every 10,000 years, but the forbidden items of the Tianhe region have disappeared for 100,000 years. Therefore, no one has entered the forbidden area of the Tianhe region in the past 100,000 years. If they can enter, there will naturally be many benefits. An envious look appeared on Dong Hu's face. If he wasn't the city lord, he would definitely participate in this competition. However, as the city lord, he had lost such an opportunity. Moreover, even the elders had lost the opportunity. This was the first time in 100,000 years that the Forbidden Land had opened. Any expert would want to enter such a place. Oh, so there's such a story behind it. Since it's a forbidden area that opens once every 10,000 years, why don't we let more people enter? Li Lingtian's expression remained calm, but he was curious. Every powerhouse loved to take risks in search of treasures, especially the poor warriors. On the contrary, Li Lingtian's wealth was considered the best in the entire divine martial continent. If one were to include treasures and cultivation techniques, no one in the divine martial continent could compare to him. It can be said that there will be 10 Dao wills appearing every 10,000 years. Some Dao wills can directly increase one's realm, while others can increase one's talent. You should know why only these people can enter. In there, as long as one survives, they will basically break through a realm. It's said that 100,000 years ago, a powerful Marshal Supreme directly broke through from rank 8 Marshal Supreme to the Marshal Saint realm. The more he spoke, the more excited Dong Hu became. In the end, a trace of regret appeared on his face. This was because he had to miss out on such benefits. Has the city lord confirmed the person who will go this time? Li Lingtian looked at Dong Hu. Since there were 5 martial emperors and 5 martial honors, they must be very powerful beings. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the quota. In fact, when such a thing happened, many super experts would even fake it and use some methods to obtain the quota. It's been decided. 4 6th-level martial emperors, 1 7th-level martial emperor, for 9th-level martial honors, and the last one will be up to you, Alchemy Saint. Of course, you understand that the benefits of you staying in East River City are unparalleled. However, I'll still leave a place for you. As Li Lingtian stared at Dong Hu, his heart raced. Dong Hu was not lying at all. With his divine soul's eye and soul-extinguishing spell, no one could hide anything from him. This Dong Hu was obviously using this quota to rope him in. If he could get a good ranking, the popularity and status of the East River City would be even higher. I believe that there are other people participating besides the 4 great cities and the 4 great clans. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. This smile was obviously more relaxed than before. Although these things were very strict in this world, the strong were respected. There was no fairness at all. It was the same on Hidden Dragon Island and in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. The current Tianhe region should be the same. However, although the Tianhe region was not as large as the Azure Continent, it was much larger than the Azure Continent. Moreover, its power was not something that the Azure Continent and the Azure Continent could compare to. Even if some other super forces joined in, it was very normal. Clans from the Azure Continent and the Divine Continent had appeared in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Now that the Tianhe region was closer to the Azure Continent, the Black Continent, and the Divine Continent, it was only natural that the shadows of those powerful forces could not be missed. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.